great semi-final. Any one of the four players, I suppose, could have made it through, but obviously only two prevailed. Our first competitor is an 8-time state champion, ranked number 4 in Australia, and last year's runner-up, Carl Barrett. And his opponent is one-time state champion, last year's defending champion, this year's defending champion, ranked 13 in Australia, Mr. Kurt Hunt. The final will be best 9 frames. There'll be a 10-minute break after 5, or earlier if it's still 3-0. Your referees today will be Adrian White, Gary Glover, and Mr. Rich Lane. Wish both competitors best of luck.
No, I'm going to get that through to you. This computer's not set up for email on here. You just copy what you used to and you used to text it to me. This is annoying. I can get it, but I don't know how I'm going to get it to you. I can't email it because this computer, when I go to email, it wants password.
Have I spit?
First break, Carl Barrett.
Good afternoon, everybody. Hopefully you can hear me. Coming live from the Launceston Workers for the final of the Tasmanian Snooker Championship. I'm here with Rod Dunham. We're actually standing outside of the billiard room and watching through a very small glass window. So if everybody can just text me that we're coming through loud and clear, you should be able to see the live feed. It's just the commentary. And you can hear me, Rod, obviously, because we're in close proximity. Yeah, not wrong. Both ranked in the top 10 in Australia. So we'll just do a little bit of commentary about what's been going on over the weekend. Kurt set the pace with 113 break yesterday. I wasn't here. I drove through from Hobart. As soon as I saw that kind of action on the tables here, I thought I'd better be here.
Yes, that was a great break, and we've seen a number of breaks, 60s and 70s that have been running throughout the tournament. And this final certainly promises to produce one.
Now the noise you can hear in the background, so I don't think we've got 1,000 people watching, but we've got a few in the billiard room. There's actually a large darts tournament on, occupying the whole of the Launceston Workers. So you can imagine there's 120 or 30 people just down in the distance. And of course we're outside of the billiard room. Just back to the action. I noticed Carl's got a little bit of a break running here at the moment. But as Rod said, it's early days in the first frame. Best of 9, a race to 5. Of Tasmania's 2 best curists and 2 players ranked in the top 10 in Australia. A little bit unlucky there, Carl, just overhit that a little bit. Yeah, I think it is actually. I'm seeing 28 to Carl, 33 to Kurt. So we're at a slight disadvantage here. We'd love to be in the billiard room, but obviously they wouldn't appreciate some of the comments we're going to make before every shot we wanted to. So as predicted, Carl's tried to play safe. Got a reasonable posse, although there is a long red on from where I can see coming down the rail. The 2 referees here today is Adrian White, who's perching around the back of Kurt at the moment, one of Tasmania's premier referees. He's sharing the match with Barry Glover, both from Launceston. And I think Rex Swain will be doing a cameo at some stage. Nice pot there by Kurt. Just needs a bit of a bounce to see if you can make position. I suspect you'll probably play safe, Rod, from this angle. Not sure. He's got a number of options. The smart play here might be, I don't know, he's looking down the table at something. I'll leave some of the expert commentary you on the table craft. I'll try and talk about other stuff. I haven't lost it. It's played safe, which is the right shot. Early doors, feeling each other out. And any messages from the folk online, if you could just send me a quick text message to see if we're coming through loud and clear, that would be appreciated. Are you turned on? Is yours turned on? Back the other way. Instead of message to say that they can't really hear Rod, you might say something, Rod, and see if we can get confirmation. Might be something happening with
Yeah,
yours.
thanks, Rob. Just doing these pre-checks to make sure that we can come through loud and clear.
Any message with a thumbs up to say that Rod's back online now. So we've got some great technology here, but sometimes things don't always go as planned. So you're coming through, Rod. I've just got the thumbs up. So
That's good.
and you
well,
said some really great
Let's
stuff
hope it's
before.
good. Well, that's all gone now. Yeah, welcome again, Rob, and it's great to be here. Thanks also to the Launceston Workers Club as hosts for the event, Andrew Saltmarsh and Q Sports Tas for this stream that we're looking at the moment. We're blessed to have that here to support the final today.
It's got a message in from Paul Cosgrove in Victoria, so he's tuned in to our match here, which is great. So we've got a few bodies on the mainland and having a look at this, and why not? As we said before, two of Australia's top ranked players, and obviously Tasmania's best. Carl Barrett, 7-time winner of this. Kurt coming back, won the title the first time last year and is coming back as the defending champion. Knocked in 113 break yesterday in the round robin section play, so you could expect anything today. State record of 130 has stood the test of time, but the way that these guys are potting, it might be under threat if they get going. They're playing on the middle table at the Launceston Workers, which is table number 2. The last few years, you might recall, Rod, we've played it down on the bar table. That table tends to be, even though there's plenty of room and all that, so it's a little bit slower because of the open environment. Tends to get a bit cool overnight, so this nice warm table, the centre table at the Workers, got a good crowd sitting inside, which is great.
Yeah, Kurt's just amongst the balls at the moment. He's got one tough red up towards the balk end, but he'll be looking to at least clear these two reds down the top end of the table.
Couldn't have played that any better if you'd won. It's got a nice little angle.
Just building a small handy lead at the moment. The red will be on his mind up the other end. And he's a little bit short on pace with this. Still expecting to pot it.
Nice handy lead here, Rod. This red, even if he pots it, it's almost giving him a frame winning lead, so Carl's going to have to do something spectacular at this stage. So I suspect it's all on Kurt's cue. It's really a matter of potting this red, which he's negotiated. As I say, we're at a slight disadvantage. We're looking through a couple of small windows and looking at Salty's monitor screens, and the table is way in the distance, so some of our angles and distances are probably not what your viewers are seeing on the screen. Characteristically missed that blue.
I think Carl will play safe here.
Yeah, not too many
The
options.
double's there, but he really wants to be down the other end of the table for a high value colour if he's taken that on.
He's probably thinking a shot to nothing, maybe. Trying to look at the monitor, it looks like he can get through to that red. It's this obscure angle we got here. It looks like he's snookered, but I'm peering over Salty's shoulder, and it's a clear shot on the red. It's going to go safe, I would say.
Yeah, so a 26-point lead with obviously 35 still on the table. The red's key in this frame, I feel.
Been a good field this year, Rod, of 16 players, which is good, and a lot of close matches. I was in Hobart yesterday monitoring, and there were a lot of 3-2 results.
Correct, and there was a few players that I hadn't come across before, and they surprised me with the way they played as well. So, no, it was a very good, strong field in the Tasmanian Championship this year.
A nice snooker here. Tricky angle. He's wishing he could move that brown other way, but the touch aside. Wow, wasn't expecting that.
No. He's tried to swerve the brown slightly, but look, and tried to check up to hit the red off the rail.
Interesting to see if he's got a free ball here with the brown perched over the hole.
And Carl's asked to put
he's
the balls back.
Balls back.
As is one of his options, of course. The brown was on its spot, I think, Rob.
From memory, yeah, absolutely. Adrian will be all those. Oh,
maybe not.
I was going to say, I'm pretty sure it was on its own spot, or as close to it.
Yeah, I thought the white was a bit closer to the blue, but
yeah, because he needed that touch of swerve to come around.
So if he goes the other side of the brown, he'll obviously need left-hand side on the cue ball, but he's trying the same shot, I believe. Oh, and he's just grabbed it.
He's winged it. Where's this white going to go? That scoreboard hasn't moved. It's 54-28, and I have a feeling there should be a penalty.
Yes, that should read 32, I believe. Yeah, correct.
Yeah. So whether Salty's picked it up at this stage. We've got a backup scoreboard in the room as well.
Wow, that is most unfortunate. Carl's rolled the red into the centre, come down the table and flicked the green, and the green's rolled into the pocket. And again, this could be a free ball on the yellow, I would imagine. It's hard to, again, as Rob said, it's hard on the angles that we've got, and we're quite away from the table also.
I'm looking at the monitors, and we've got 58. I'm pretty sure that 58-28, the score is right.
Yeah.
I can't quite see the manual board from where I am.
It's a close call for a free ball here. They're just checking. The umpire's just checking the path through to the yellow to make sure we can hit both sides of it. It's very close by the look of it.
This is all happening a long way for us, being outside the room. We've At times I wish I had the white gloves on and I was in there nice and close to the action.
This is a very close call. Just thinking if it is a free ball, Kurt's got the option of maybe nominating the brown and putting that in the centre, or maybe nominating the brown and flicking off and hiding behind the green. I don't know. We'll see what the call is. One would assume it wasn't a free ball.
So anybody online, if they happen to be watching, just a thumbs up maybe that we're coming through loud and clear, because we're going to be on air for hopefully a couple of hours to watch an absorbing best of 9 frame match.
I believe, Rob, we still think that Carl's on 34 rather than 30. That being the case, he can win.
Yeah, that's what I'm looking at.
This
too.
frame.
I'm looking at the score you were seeing on the screen. I wish I could get a dash at that manual scoreboard. Maybe if Salty can hear us, maybe confirm that score.
You can't see the official scoreboard from there either, Rob, can you?
I might just wander down, Rod. It's got the better of me.
Well, Carl's elected to play safe, so yes, I'm not sure how the scoreboard's going, because he played it as if he may have needed a snooker, so Rob's just trying to get confirmation on the actual score here so we can relay that.
I'd say that Salty's on the ball, I'd say, because Carl's played the snooker, which I think has confirmed it.
Okay, so we'll call Salty's screen as correct, which is 33 to Carl, 58 to Kurt, but Kurt's in a snooker, of course. So 25 the difference, 22 still on the table.
Oh, another cracking shot.
He's gone close to getting one back here, Rob.
Yeah, we're on a horrible angle, so we'll try and pick up Salty's monitor, and it looks pretty close.
Might be able to nick the outside of it, but
yep. Close to a free ball, I'd say, even from here.
yeah, I think
Yep. Wait for the referee to confirm that. I think Kurt's pretty much satisfied to free ball. I think we've seen this movie.
just adds to the drama of the opening frame here today.
Yep.
Another close call for a free ball on the brown. Referee double checking. And Carl's decided
Carl's
he's had enough of the
conceded frame.
checking, and he's conceded the first frame.
We didn't want that. We wanted to see a little bit more action. So first blow to the defending champion. So Kurt Dunham goes out to a 1-0 lead in the best of 9 frames final. We're at the Launceston Working Men's Club. Sunny Launceston, I've got to say. I drove through this morning, there wasn't a cloud in the sky, so I'm now standing next to our executive member for Australian Council, Rex Swain. Rex was here all day yesterday, and as I understand, you took a flogging in the refereeing. So you're on your feet all the time. So Rex, the standard.
It was a pretty big day yesterday, but that's what we should be able to do. We made a championship out of it yesterday. It was quite good. The play was excellent, and there's 16 players playing in this championship, and probably the best 16 we've had for quite some years. So I think for Tasmania that's good, Robert.
Yeah, absolutely. And obviously heralded by, hence why I hopped in the car this morning and came through. When we've got that sort of action on the tables, it couldn't be in a better place. Just saying, we drove through this morning and wasn't a cloud in the sky, so Launceston had some great weather. And there must be an event on here, Rex, because I couldn't get a park anywhere.
Well, there's a bit of darts happening, Robert, and yesterday it was so noisy. Players, they make a lot of noise, obviously drink a lot as well. Not like those snooker players, we're nice and quiet.
I don't know about that, but anyway, I'll run with that narrative at the moment. But yeah, a little bit crisp. I'm hearing the conditions overnight here. I think they were down to close to 0 or 1. So action is about to resume in the second frame. With Kurt Dunham, the defending champion from northwest coast of Tasmania, leading 1-0. He's coming in against 7-time winner Carl Barrett, also from the northwest. The northwest have currently got a great crop of players. Rod, you guys are dominating everything, particularly with the Burns family, Josh and young Zach, who took off the swag of underage titles, Australian titles earlier this year. So things are starting to look up a little bit. We're not great on numbers, but we certainly got some quality.
Yeah, spot on, Rob. The numbers thing, I guess, has been an issue for a long time, and this year, certainly from our perspective in the northwest, we are struggling to get enough players to field enough teams to have a good, viable competition. But yeah, having said that, the likes of Kurt, Kale, Josh, young Zach, they are some of the best players in the land, and we're lucky to have them down there.
So Carl's got a nice brown there. Yeah, Rex, you were saying some news.
There is a bit of news in the Australian Council today. Chris Sharpley, the board member in South Australia, has resigned, and Frank Juins actually comes back to the board, pretty near effective immediately.
Ah, that is some news.
And he's 80 years old, Robert.
This is Frank.
Yes.
Yes. Long time, obviously, Australian Council President, like your good self.
Yes. Been around a long time. Good friend.
Yeah, great administrator, former treasurer, who then aspired. Well, I don't know whether he was a willing or a reluctant president, but he was certainly a good president and served for a number of terms. Alex Render, obviously the current Australian president.
Kale's break ends with his safety. He would have liked to have been a lot better We're a lot further back down the table into bulk area, but I think Kurt will be having a safety here. There's not much on. Yeah, much better pace there. Very typical of a early snooker frame where a lot of safety to try and get the white back up the other end of the table is at play. And both players are just happy to do this until there's a reasonable opening where they can hopefully score. It's a nice read by Kurt. Is on the black. He'll be looking to capitalise here in frame 2.
If you're wondering why I went a little bit quiet, just sorting out a few technical issues. So got a fair bit of feedback with a number of people online watching saying we're coming through loud and clear. So that's good. So we won't interrupt too much of your viewing, but every now and again we'll come in with some news that's happening either on the state level, nationally, and indeed locally. Once again, if you've just tuned in, you're watching the final of the Tasmanian Snooker Championship between defending champion Kurt Dunham, who's currently on the table at the moment, playing 7-time winner Carl Barrett, both from the northwest coast, playing on the centre table at the Launceston Workers Club, if you're familiar with that. And the noise that you can hear in the background is not a raucous billiards and snooker crowd, but probably a couple of hundred darts people. Having said that, we've got quite a few people in the billiard room here. Kurt started brightly in the second frame, queuing pretty well, looking every inch to the defending champion. Made a nice 113 break yesterday. I was not here, I was in Hobart, but obviously took the opportunity to drive through this morning, to come through and sit here with your good self and do some commentary in the final. Race to 5, best of 9 frames. Once upon a time, this particular tournament was, from memory, was over the best of 15, then best of 13, best of 11. So we shrunk it down a little bit. It's not like 2020 cricket, but we figured a race to 5, best of 9 is just about right. Players seem happy with the shorter format. Round robin section play yesterday featured 16 players throughout Tasmania, 4 groups of 4. Obviously quarterfinals last night were over the best of 7 frames, and then the semi-finals here early this morning where Kurt defeated Brendan Milburn from Hobart 4-1, and in the other semi-final Carl Barrett defeated Alex Pace 4-0. This championship's had some great winners over the journey, Rod, including 16-time champion, the late great Ron Atkins, OEM from Launceston, brother Les, who won the title on 17 occasions, and these 2 young fellas on the table now have got obviously that record well and truly in sight. Either one of them
Absolutely.
could easily surpass that with age obviously in their favour. As we said before when we were chatting about the depth of or the quality of players in Tasmania is quite solid. We're not big on numbers. The northwest at the moment is enjoying a bit of a boom where the Burns family are dominating the billiard scene. Young Zach I should say, took off a swag of underage national titles earlier on this year, and obviously just recently in Hobart at the Claremont RSL, Josh Burns won the billiards championship final again, knocking in several hundred breaks along the journey. I think from memory the highest was 160, and he's obviously a player that's got a great future in front of him, and indeed the Burns family have turned out some really good players.
Yes, very much so. And I think when they were born, them boys, I think they had a 5-foot stick right next to them at the time.
No rattles or anything like that, you reckon, Rod?
No,
Born with a cue stick.
not with them fellas.
That's the way. We've had a change of referee. We're alternating referees in the final. I think Rex Swain from memory is going to do a cameo, but currently Barry Glover from Launceston is sharing the final with Adrian White. Adrian, no stranger to these matches. He's refereed a number of these finals now over the journey. Quite proficient referees, always well attired and well presented, and positioning pretty immaculate, given the fact that the billiard room is a little bit small, and it's sometimes, particularly when you've got 3 tables running, you'd love to be standing in a certain position, but you can't quite get to that spot. So early doors in the second frame, small lead to Kurt. He's playing some nice safety. There's a few loose reds here if Carl does run into a bit of trouble, so he's looking for an out here, and I'd say the safety is not that easy. And just to repeat, if you've only just tuned in, Rod Dunham from the Northwest Coast sharing commentary with me, and we're not in an ideal situation, Rod. We were actually sitting outside the billiard room peering through 2 small glass windows. We've got access, or we can see Andrew Saltmarsh's 3 or 4 screens, which are very tiny, and I've got my glasses on, and the table is well in the distance, so he's...
Yeah, those that know the Workers' Club here in Launceston will be aware of where we are. Those that don't, let me just say it's a little bit cool when the door opens here, and with the darts tournament on not far from us, there's plenty of background noise on offer.
You should be paying us top dollar for doing this, you know, and we're actually standing up on our feet as well, although you're sitting on a stool. I do have a stool, but I've got a can of lemonade resting on it. Back to the action, so Kurt's back on the table, and as I'd gleaned, that safety was always going to be a bit difficult for Carl, and so it's proved, and say Kurt is in a spot of bother.
Yes, he's got an easy red here, but then he'd be looking for somehow to push some of these reds out of the pack off this black ball. Just looking for his path through where he can split 2 or 3 reds up and maybe hopefully land on one at least.
Played it very nicely. He's in the way. It looks like there's a red in the middle, which there absolutely is. He's got a couple of choices, in fact. Suspect red in the middle for either the pink or the blue. Looks like it will go, and the black will only go in one direction on the other side. But he's having a going to make a liar of me. He's coming around. Just repeating in earlier action this morning, Kurt defeated Brendan Milburn from Hobart in the semi-final 4 frames to 1. And in the other semi, Carl got over the top of Alex Pace 4-0. It's nice, freed up the pink. Back onto its spot. I'm not going to go to the early cray, but I'd say he's in a very good spot to win this second frame, Rod.
Yes, the reds are nicely spread now. He's just holding your nerve from this point in and making sure you don't run out of position. And of course pot the balls. Building a handy lead in this frame.
At this stage, Kurt looks like going to a 2-0 lead. It's a race to 5 in a best of 9. There will be a break if the situation in the first session is 3-0. We're going to play 5 frames or 3-0, I think, in the commentary. I'm not quite sure how that's going to work out, but anyway.
Yeah, typically it's a break at 4 frames. Yeah.
Yes, yeah. I did hear the early intro, and it kind of confused me a little bit, but anyway,
Yeah.
it is what it is.
He's potting fairly well, Kurt, at the moment. I think he only needs a pink and another red, Rob.
Yep, correct, quite correct. I knew you were calculating. Your math is spot on.
Oh, he's gone round the world, as we say.
We were attracting our own attention, Rod, with all our microphones and headsets on,
Yeah.
standing outside the room. The darts players looking at us. They think we're spying on them or something. I've commentated a lot of matches. I've got to say this is the most unusual situation that I've been
Correct.
involved in, but we've got a reasonable view. I mean, we can see the table in the distance, and obviously we don't need to talk too much about the play because all the people online can see the action that's happening. But Kurt's rolling in a pretty reasonable break here, and it's going to close out this frame and race to a 2-0 lead. Best of 9 frames final being played at the Launceston Workers Club in Tasmania. Started out with a field of 16, 4 groups of 4, probably one of the strongest and most even fields we've seen in a lot of years. Quarter-final action last night over best of 7 frames, the 2 semi-finals this morning, with Kurt defeating Brendan Milburn 4-1 and Carl Barrett getting over the top of Alex Pace 4-0. Kurt currently has 113 break through this tournament. Just trying to note out the size of this break. Queuing very well now.
He'll be looking to make a statement here and clear the table.
Yep.
It's what you need to do to try and get at your opponent and also give yourself confidence and belief. Might go around the table again.
There's
Here.
a few laps coming up here. How's he gone?
A little bit short on pace, I think.
We're going to the middle, I'd say. Well, it's still a finish.
Brilliant to watch.
Generous applause from the crowd in the room.
Not sure what that break was, Rob, but it was obviously a good one.
Something in the 80s. I'm just trying to quickly tally it up. So we're at a slight disadvantage here. For all of our moaning and whinging, we're still seeing some really good action peering through these 2 windows. And any of the background things you can hear is from a large darts tournament assembled throughout the Launceston Workers Club. Of course, I've got a mini crowd behind me, which is a gaggle of kids. There's a small chihuahua in attendance, which happens to be my little pet animal, 16 months old, which has taken the trip through, not to watch the snooker, but certainly entertaining the kids standing behind me. I'm standing next to Jared Wicks from the Northwest Coast. Jared played in the tournament. Jerry, it was a high quality tournament this year, 16 players. How do you reckon it rated?
I'll tell you what, this is, as last year with the finalists of Kurt and Cale, the quality of play in this final is amazing, in this tournament. I don't expect either of the boys to miss when they're at the table, put it that way.
Yep.
and how they map themselves around the table is, geez, it's a credit to them and what they've learned and practiced over the years for sure.
Yep.
It's very high quality, and the winner of this event is, totally deserves it, and plus, top 3 or 4 players in the country, and we've got 2 of them here,
Yep.
and they live 2 minutes from each other. It's just mind-boggling.
Yeah, we're quite spoiled at the moment. We were only saying a little while ago that with the Burns family, getting a hold of the billiards in particular,
Absolutely.
Josh and Zach. Zach could be anything at the moment. He seems to have grown a foot every time I see him. So
I tell you what, for a small state and for a small area, say in the northwest coast, we've got Kurt and Kale, we've got Josh Burns, etc. Top of the tree in snooker and billiards throughout the country. Tassie's punching way above their weight. I mean, like I said, with these boys playing snooker, you don't expect them to miss. When Josh is at the table, you don't expect him to miss either.
No.
He's that good.
that's right. I better sneak back over here and join my partner on our little lowly stools outside the room. But that was Gerard Wicks that we were just chatting to off air. Gerard, obviously no stranger to this tournament. Reached the quarterfinals last night. Always a great competitor, and I think a few years ago, in fact, played off in the final against Kale at this very club. This year, the correct decision was made to play the final in a billiard room, so the centre table, as opposed to playing at what we call a bar table, which sometimes was not conducive to good play, and in fact cooled down the play, if anything. 2 players struggled last year, Carl and Kurt in the final, but I think as a spectacle, at least the first 2 frames, there's rubber stamped that decision to move the final into the room. And we've still got a pretty good view of the action. Deserved a free swing every now and again with all the reds safe, so no damage, I don't
Correct.
think.
No, not much on here, Rob. Thanks again to the Workers Club here in Launceston, and also Q Sports Tasmania for the stream. Currently using 2 cameras, including a side view you'll often see.
So that's a few children in the background. That's not Rod and I complaining about our setup here outside.
It's our union bosses with the next pay deal, Rob.
Might go and grab one of those little kids and interview them. Might be a prospective champion. Who knows? Won't be too hard on them.
You never know.
As we said before, the 3rd frame, Rex Swain, former Australian Council member and indeed a great referee I've known for 40 plus years, has taken carriage of the 3rd frame. Tassie, we've got a unique system where we rotate or often share particular games, and that's really from an OH&S perspective, because a few of us are getting a little bit older, and sometimes even a best of 7 or a best of 9 match back-to-back frames is quite arduous. So
Carl, he's now left Carl with an opportunity, a starter up in the green pocket. He's got a red, fairly fine cut, but I think Carl will knock this one in.
yep, looks a bit skinny from here from me, but I mean he hasn't got many options there. So the viewers online, you're looking at the table a long ways, whereas we're looking at it from side to side. I didn't think it was any gimme, but you're right, it was quite skinny.
Yeah. Kurt's now got a similar opportunity, although I don't know that it's much easier. But however, I'm sure he'll be taking it on.
So anybody that's watching, if you can imagine, we're looking at the table side on, outside of the room. Got the advantage of looking at Andrew Saltmarsh's cameras, which is situated on one of the billiard tables. I'd say this one is cuttable. It's probably more cuttable than the one that Carl missed, but again, it's quite fine. Then it's a matter of what you're going to get next. Might have got lucky and maybe got the snooker.
Well, I think he's...
Either way, he can't be leaving that sitting over the hole, so...
See what Kale does here, like it's always hard to get the white ball well out from that position. And
Yep.
as you can see, the white ball's stuck down there, but with nothing else on offer, he'll probably be looking to play the safety here, no doubt. Yeah, this rolls up behind the brown. Not sure, maybe the green's blocking the path to the pack by the look of it.
Yep.
Again, like Rob said, it's hard to see the angles, and my eyes are not good enough to see Salty's screen.
Just going to come up the back of the pack. You say this is going to drop short the way it's going. So it'll be a foul and a miss, and we have another crack at that, and I suspect you'll be getting the next one now that he's got the pace right.
Take two on this shot. This time he's got into him.
Shot, just checking for touching ball, which would be an absolute bonus if he got it from Carl. Quite fortuitous there.
Touching ball.
He hasn't, right.
It's okay, but I think Carl's left the left side of the pack open for a clip back to balk. Kurt's got into them fairly full and ended up short, but
No obvious
again,
fit
it'll
on
take
because
something big here from Carl, I believe. I can't see an obvious pot, Rob.
no, particularly with the black not being on for the red down the side there, so you're looking for some sort of escape. Apologise for some of the background noise. We've got a few of the kids in the background. To say we've got a large tournament on, darts tournament on Launceston Workers. Quite quiet, obviously, in the billiard room, but we're situated outside. Don't want that black to go safe, which it hasn't, which is good. Yeah. This is the best of 9 final, race to 5 in the Tasmanian Snooker Championship, featuring defending champion Kurt Dunham, who's just on the table now, playing 7-time winner Carl Barrett, both from the northwest coast. Both players came through the tournament, which started on Friday night at the Launceston Workers Club. Quarter-final action last night, and the 2 semi-finals this morning, with Kurt getting over the top of Brendan Milburn from Hobart 4-1. Meanwhile, Carl defeated Alex Pace 4-0. I'm in commentary with Rod Dunham, and absolutely a relation of Kurt, his proud dad, who also played in the tournament and made the quarterfinals section last night. And your group was quite intriguing. I was watching it. Great expectation in Hobart because 3 players out of 4 tied, and the number of wins. 2 players tied, number of frames, and then the third countback rule was the result of the match, which you happened to have won.
Oh, it was very close.
So you couldn't get any closer than that.
Couldn't believe it.
Yeah.
I was a frame away from going out and a frame away from topping the group. So it was just crazy.
Yeah. Don't often see that. And first time player, Syed Mehdi from Hobart, who's won 2 games in his round robin section but has been eliminated. So such is the little quirkiness of it.
Yes, he played very well, and one of those wins, of course, was against Daniel Hanna, which I think is the Southern champion.
Southern Tas champion.
Yeah, so he was unlucky not to progress, of course, but it's just the way the numbers rolled at the end of the day.
And as it turned out, Daniel still topped the group.
Correct.
Because they had frame differential.
Yep.
As we said before, and we've waxed on, we've had probably one of the better fields for a number of years with 16 pretty evenly matched players. Having said that, we've got 2 players here at the moment in the final in the top 10 in Australia. Particularly if they were playing in all the main tour events, they'd probably be a little bit higher up the pole. But, of course, there is our 8-ball friends with a number of tournaments going on around the place. Carl, in fact, only arrived back a week or so ago from an event in China from memory where he played some sort of 8-ball thing. They did tell me the name of it, but
I can fill you in on that a little bit. Carl was one of probably half a dozen Australians that went to China for what I think they called the Masters Grand Final or something of the Joy Hay Ball, which is the Chinese 8-ball game that's huge in China, a lot of money being spent. The winner pocketed about $1 million Australian.
Wow.
That only finished yesterday from memory. And it's a great experience, and I think what's important and relevant as far as cue sports go is the hay ball or Chinese 8-ball game is growing at such a rate that whilst cue sports have been looking to get onto the Olympic Games schedule for a number of years, they now believe that the Chinese 8-ball or hay ball, as some call it, has now got a really good chance of seeing that come to fruition as early as the 2032 Brisbane Games.
That would be great, wouldn't it? Yeah.
So for all cue sports, that would be a massive win.
Yep.
And especially being in Australia, like the 6 that went to China, if that gets announced in the next year or so, I don't know how many people will be switching from their normal snooker, 8-ball and other games to have a crack at this, because it's just a huge opportunity to play for your country and Olympics.
Yep. And let's face it, we've got some stellar 8-ball players in Tasmania. Littered amongst those is Jeremy Maguire, is quite a good snooker player, and I beg, borrow and steal to try and get him to play. He won our Southern Championship the previous year, but I obviously understand where his passion is with 8-ball. Such a great curist. Knocked in 129 break, if you don't mind, here a few years ago in a local competition, and that particular frame was refereed by the late Terry Collins, who was one of Australia's best referees, and allegedly the pink was relatively easy. So for a guy that only plays snooker periodically, he's just a fantastic curist. But obviously 8-ball is where he does shine, and spends a lot of time and puts a lot of effort into it. And on that hay ball, I think, Rod, from memory, they played on 3/4 tables, so they're bigger than an 8-ball table and smaller than a billiard table, if that makes sense. It's
a 9-foot table. It's basically a snooker table. As far as the pockets go, they are a snooker cut, so they're the same shape as a snooker table, or billiard table, as some would still call them. Generally, all the better tables have got steel back cushions on them, so they run a lot truer and more even, and obviously the cushion height would be slightly higher than a standard table because of they using the 2 1/4 inch American style ball, so they need to be a cushion height a little bit higher to keep the bounce
Yep.
consistent.
Well, that's good. And we've always said over the journey with 8 ball, there's no demarcation. It's Q Sports at the end of the day.
Absolutely.
And everybody's supportive. And if it's a matter of becoming relevant.
Yep.
And whilst we haven't got as many billiard and snooker players playing, we certainly enjoy a fantastic relationship with 8 Ball Tasmania, and got a great crossover of players. I know Kale plays in the 8 Ball prolifically. Not sure about Kurt. Rod, you'd probably fill me in on that. He's probably had a bit of a dash from time to time.
I got to drag him kicking and screaming, but yeah, every now and then he'll fill in for us. Yeah.
Yep.
Kurt's never been one to seemingly want to turn up and play anything,
Yeah.
whether it be snooker or whatever. Unless there's something on the line. And I think that comes back from the fact that he's made it all the way to the top and spent 2 years in England playing at the very top level. I think then anything lower than that, I don't know, it just doesn't seem to get him interested. So
Yep.
it's usually money or the title of Tasmanian Snooker Champion or something that
It sort of covers.
he gets in for and then excels.
Yep.
You think he's playing all the time, but he doesn't.
No, this is good. We're spoiled in many respects with the quality of players that we currently have at the moment. We haven't got a lot of players, but whatever we've got, we seem to do quite well. And we've always batted above our weight, to be fair.
Absolutely.
Some great past champions. We're only waxing on a little while ago about the late great Ron Atkins. He was the 16-time winner of this particular event. Sadly departed this 2017, and I think from memory I said something in his eulogy to the effect that he came to the dark side. In other words, he played 8 ball for a number of years and he thoroughly enjoyed it. So yeah, Q Sports is the winner. It doesn't matter how you look at it.
Correct. Yeah, I still play 8 ball down the coast on a roster night here and there, but yeah, again, that wouldn't worry me if I didn't play that game. But I can't keep away from the snooker table. In fact, I've got one at home, but 8 ball doesn't interest me.
Yep.
Even though I've done very well in a lot of tournaments over the years, it doesn't really interest me too much. I would rather the 12-foot table any day.
Yep. While we've been talking, we missed a little bit of action. It was obviously snookered.
Yeah, I think Kurt rolled up for a snooker, but in doing that he pushed the pink almost in the hole. It was just sitting in the side pocket there.
Yep.
So I'm sure he's lucky that didn't drop, because he would have been snookered. What's the score showing? Kurt 23, Kale 5 in frame 3.
This is the best of 9 frame final, so a race to 5 for the Tasmanian Snooker Champion for 2025, being played at the Launceston Workers Club. Weather outside was magical. I drove through from Hobart early this morning. Pleased I did so. Some foul and miss, so we're going to play the movie again.
Yeah. And just with the foul and miss, I believe, this is how this tournament's run. We automatic foul and miss twice, and the third one is discretional on the umpire as long as you've made a valid attempt. Generally, it'll be just called a foul on the third attempt. So this is the third one for Kale.
Yep. Yeah, some years ago we changed the rule. It's a local rule to not sit on the stool and just putting your finger up and having the player put back, because we've had frames where someone's acquired 50 points, all that sort of stuff. So because we haven't got the pool of depth of referees we used to have some sort of consistency, it's automatically a foul and miss twice, even though you might miss by a cigarette paper and someone might think that's a harsh call.
Yeah.
At least we've got some consistency, particularly where we've got players that are sharing games in the round robin section and all that kind of thing. So it might seem a bit harsh for somebody that's watching the game, but over the last few years it seems to have worked itself out pretty well. So as it turned out, the 2 foul on misses, and he's hit it the 3rd time, which a player of his stature you would expect to do. So,
Yep.
so all's well
And
and ends well.
He's got it safe as well. Yeah, I think that the automatic 2 foul and miss, I think, works perfect. Everybody knows what the deal is. There's no arguments. It's great. Obviously, as the standard gets better and better, it then is not quite such a good rule because you don't get rewarded for a really good snooker, perhaps.
Yep.
But for the majority of play, it works perfectly, and we use the same rules down in our local association.
Yeah, ditto in Hobart. We've been doing that for a number of years, and I'll tell you what, when you know you're going to be automatically fouled on a miss, I'm not saying the players are not trying to get out of them, but the standard in getting out of snooker seems to have improved.
Yeah. Well,
as it should be.
We had a couple of guys down the coast, and they were average players at best. And I guess mainly there for the social, and probably 70 or 80% are somewhat. And they didn't like the new rule.
Yep.
But it taught them a lot more about angles in a few games than what they'd had in years.
Yep, absolutely. Rightio, so back to the action on the table, and Carl has got a little bit of an opening here. We've got, from my vantage point, standing outside peering through this little window, there are a number of free reds. Pink looks like it's going to go back on its spot and or the black spot. It's pretty hard to see that spot from here, so Rex is just about to do what he was going to do. It's going on the pink spot.
Yeah, I think the pink and black are still both available by the look of it.
Yep. Yeah, so we're at the Launceston Workers Club, and you're watching the final of the Tasmanian Snooker Championship. In the background, there's a large darts tournament on it in progress, so probably got 100, 150 people in the background. So every now and again, if you hear a little bit of noise, that's not Rod and I complaining about where we are. That's just people wandering past and having a look in through the window at the final. Obviously quite quiet in the billiard room. This is Carl's opportunity to maybe pull a frame back here, because all the running's been with the defending champion Kurt. So just for his own confidence, if he can do something here. He's toying. I thought initially he was going to go for the blue, which he will.
I think there's only the one red available then. I think he's landed on it.
Yeah. So you're watching Carl Barrett, who's the 7-time winner of this championship. Was fast closing in on the record held by my brother of 17 state titles, but Kurt Dunneman's come into the fold and said, hang on a minute.
Yeah.
And so he won the event last year, and obviously back to defend his title this year. Knocked in a magnificent 113 break yesterday. I wasn't here, I was in Hobart, I was monitoring the scores, so I made the decision to hop in the car and travel through this morning to watch the final in action.
It's a nice shot there from Carl.
That is actually.
He's got onto this red via the pink, or by the pink I should say. Not sure how straight he is, but he'll probably go back for the black if he can't stay on this pink. He's got his choice, he's looking at both. Looks like he still might take the pink here and run through slightly.
Yep. Black would require the rest. No, he's gone the other way. 'Cause a lot of players are quite adverse to using the rest. But He's still not convinced me. No, he's convinced me. He's gone for the extension. So he's, which is the right shot.
I
if
guess
he wants to hold position for those two reds.
Yeah, if the black's fairly straight, I guess he's just got to roll through.
Yeah.
Maybe 6 inches or so, and he's on either of those reds.
Yep. He played it well, so he's.
Yeah, you can now play the red furthest up the table and stun up for the pink in the same pocket. Not sure if the black's still available later on, is it, Rob?
It certainly won't go
this pocket, maybe.
Yep.
Carl's gone up for the blue.
So if anybody's just tuned in late and you're wondering about our ragged commentary, we're actually outside the room, so we're looking at the table long ways. So we're not getting the view down the table that you guys have online are seeing. And we're a long way away. We're looking through some glass windows. Got access to Andrew Saltmarsh's monitors, so we peer at that every now and again and we make a judgment call on what we think might or might not be on. How's he gone here? So
didn't quite go to plan.
And that kiss has made that black and pink a little bit ugly, so I suspect we're clipping off this red for safety. Holding a narrow lead, 37-27 in the third frame, in a best of 9 frames final, a race to 5. That's Carl Barrett, 7-time winner. Defending champion Kurt Dunham about to step up to the plate. Pretty messy set of reds there, and obviously the black and pink are out of play at this point in time unless someone disturbs them. So I suspect we're going to try and get a run of safety play, but that's probably going to be a bit awkward at this stage because he's really only got one red to play with. Unless he can clip off a tiny little pack off the side there.
Yeah, I think the last couple of shots have just maybe ensured this frame goes for another 10 or 15 minutes by the look of it.
I know. And I was looking to sit down too.
That's one over the hole, but I'm sure Carl will take it on if he can see through there. And now the black's back into play, of course.
Put my glasses on, just trying to look at Andrew Saltmarsh's monitor. It looks like that red is on. And obviously, there'll be some risk involved. Hopefully we're coming through loud and clear. I'm here at the Launceston Workers Club with Rod Dunham in commentary.
I think Carl's hampered by that red above the other one, so...
Yep.
Again, I haven't got the best angle here to try
No,
and
we're
work
the same. We really are
up to.
guessing on this shot. I'm trying to look at that monitor. Originally, I thought that red close to the pocket was on, but you're right. I think it's obscured by the last red. We'll soon find out.
He still looks like he's playing that ball. Well, he took the
top
one above, which of course was a harder shot, but he obviously couldn't get to the other one. And now he's ran that one over the hole in the balk end.
Let's see if that red...
Not sure where that red will cut.
No. We've got a tripod with a camera, which is obstructing my view. You've probably got a better view of it. No, the answer is no.
To go against it.
So we're going long for the... Oh, he's played that well.
Yeah.
Nice short little angle here.
It was important that that one went in with another red over the hole. He didn't want to miss that one.
Could do a little bit of damage here.
Yeah, he's got an option now of playing off the black and running into those two reds, but
Yep.
I think it's fraught with danger personally, especially with the red still in the open. I think
Yeah.
if he could manoeuvre his way onto that red near the hole and then go off the black into them others.
He's looking off that one on the back rail, but I'd prefer to come out and get the other red on the other side.
Yeah, I would too. He's still looking hard. I think
Yeah.
he's going to go into these reds. Of course, it'll bring the pink into play as well, so anything could happen here.
Hang on to your hat.
That's a great shot.
Even the darts crowd appreciated it. You could probably hear that in the background.
Exactly.
They must be down to their presentations. As I said, if you've tuned in late, we're at the Launceston Workers Club. You're watching the final of the Tasmanian Snooker Championship. Best of 9 frames, a race to 5. Kurt Dunham, defending champion, is on the table playing 7-time champion Carl Barrett. We're into frame number 3.
Yeah, as Rob alluded to earlier, it was great having a strong field this weekend in the Tasmanian Championship. There's a few guys that I hadn't seen before and they all impressed me. And the likes of Brendan Milburn, who made it right through to the semi-finals. I think he's been back playing for maybe a year or so.
He has actually played Kurt last year in the semi, and it was the same result. It was a 4-1
okay.
result. And as it turned out, he had a medical condition prior to the Hobart event and didn't qualify. But we obviously listed him as an emergency, and when the spot opened up, he was able to get into the field and prove that he was absolutely worthy to be in the final.
Absolutely.
Or one of the finals in the semi-final.
Yeah, we also made sure that the final was played on this neutral or centre table. The semis are on the outside tables, and that way we didn't have to worry about fixing the corner pockets after Brendan's match.
He tends to give them a workout, doesn't he? When
does.
they hit, they stayed in. He's always been a brilliant crisp potter. Some of the games he used to play against the late Matthew Lynch were something to behold. They play a best of 7 frame final and it'll go the distance that lasts 40 minutes. Like every frame was just a someone got a 40, 50 or 60 blasted off the table. It was magical to watch.
Yeah, he's great to watch. He's very quick and he plays without a care in the world, basically.
Yeah. It's such a clean potter.
Nothing phases him.
No.
Just gets down and shoots. And of course, we're seeing the opposite here. The two very clinical players here. Both know the game inside out.
And highly ranked in the Australian rankings. I think Carl's as high as 5 and Kurt's around about 12, but obviously should be higher. Just lack of some of the tournaments he's playing in. But we've got the cream of the crop in Tassie playing off in the final this year.
And he's just clipped that red. It's ironic that they both live within about 2 Peter Hudson drop kicks away from each other.
Oh, really?
Very close.
Yep. Do they practice together at all, Rod? No.
Not as a rule. They have been a little bit lately before Carl went to China.
Yep.
And just back on the Chinese 8-ball that Kurt's just come back from China from. Both Kurt and Carl have Chinese 8-ball tables now.
Yep.
Of their own that they use. But having said that, I think the last time I spoke to Kurt, he was looking at pulling his down and putting a 7-footer back up because there was a big 7-foot tournament coming up. So they tend to chop and change a little bit. And Carl's always played pretty well everything.
Yep.
And I don't think it's to the detriment of one or the other. But you look at the likes of the Burnses, for instance, and pretty well they don't go near a table that's not 12 foot.
Yep.
And I commend them for that. I think if this is the game you've decided you want to play, don't confuse yourself playing on them little tables.
No, that's true. Let's not forget Josh, who we kind of associate always with billiards now, was runner-up in the State Snooker Championship not so many years ago.
Yeah, and he'd be third ranked behind Kurt and Carl in the Northwest rankings. Josh would be third ranked. You've got the likes of Denny Main, myself, not Josh Burns, sorry, Ricky Burns, Josh's father, of course. He's having a really good season. This frame's still very even. Kurt has a narrow 12-point lead. I just potted a red, so you'll be seeing what he does here, but he could roll up behind the pink perhaps.
It's going to apply. What's want a weird angle here. I'm just trying to think what he's doing. A roll of the brown.
Yeah, brown was the shot.
It's a great shot.
So if he's tight on that brown, I think the one cushion escape from the baulk cushion may not be on. Carl's just looking at that, I think, to see if he can get through.
Touch aside.
It's obviously the easiest path if he can get that way.
I know this is awkward, but you know, in my refereeing days, going across the table, across the top of the brown is obviously the obvious shot and the easiest shot. This is assuming that he can't. He's going to have to massy to go around this ball. And this was one of the things years and years ago when the foul or miss came into be. Why it was called.
Yeah.
Referee can't. You can't be the player and tell the player what to not do. It's this is obviously a very awkward shot. The other one is awkward, but if you just bridge across the top of the brown and come across the table, it's a much easier shot. Having said that, he'll probably hit this and make a liar of me, which he has. So what do I know about it?
Yeah, he's been able to hit his object ball. And left it safe. Kurt will be looking for another snooker here. It may be behind the pink or the brown, perhaps. He's got it safe. I think Carl's got a clear path. But he's achieved maximum distance between both balls, which is what you want to do in that situation. Carl's just clipped the blue on the way back down the table, and I think he's left a pot on for Kurt. Of course he'll take this on. Nice pot, not much reward on offer.
No. Very close to snookering himself. Got a little bit unlucky. Jerry's about to confirm he snookered himself. Yep. As I say, we've got confirmation from one of the players in the room. We're a little bit down close to the action. Our view is not the best. Our first instinct was that it was Snooker, so kick this in the butt. Who knows? Might fluke it, pot it in the middle. Wasn't far out.
Okay. It's a tough little cut on the green in the centre, but I'm sure Cale will take this on, and he may even elect to go at the other end. But if it's cuttable, Rob, you might have a better view there.
I'd say definitely it'll come up. It gives him your best chance of getting on the brown. This pink is awkward. The referee needs to be right on top of this.
I think he'll need up to and including the pink if he can pot that.
Well, he's gone long.
Yeah, he's gone
Pulled in a blinder. Well, here's his opportunity to get back into the match. Remembering, of course, it's a race to 5 in a best of 9 frames final.
He'll need all the colours too, but obviously the pink is the key ball here to get back for the black. I'm not sure, this one probably fairly straight. He might be able to screw straight back for the blue in the centre. No, he's just pulled it up and he's going to go the other centre, which
You want it to be a
I
bit
don't think
higher.
it's an easier pot.
No. Another 6 or 7 inches further over would have made it a little bit easier. Wow.
Just drop the blue in.
A few flutters in the room then.
Just needs this pink now. It's a natural angle back to the black. He needs both balls. Wow.
Ouch. Well, this is Kurt's black, for want of a better word.
Yeah, Kurt only needs the pink, of course.
Yep.
And this is harder than what it looks. It's stuck up against the rail. Rolls it in nicely to take
Pots
a
it.
3-0 lead.
3-0 lead in a race to 5, best of 9 frames final. This is the final of the Tasmanian Snooker Championship being played at the Launceston Workers Club in Tasmania. I'm in co-commentary with Rod Dunham from the Northwest Coast. The two players, Kurt Dunham, the defending champion, leads Cale Barrett, 7-time winner in the events 3-0. As I said before, race to 5, best of 9 frames. Players are now having a break, so we'll be back in around about 10 minutes time. Hopefully you still stay tuned.
Yep, thanks Rob.
A 10-minute break. How's she going? Yeah, that's right. I'll sit there. Yeah, I'll sit here. Oh boy. Boy, oh boy, oh boy. She is, isn't she? I'll keep an eye on him. Yes, it is actually. Yep. No, that's fine, thank you. She's there. Yeah, she's only 16 months old. Hello, Barry. Yeah. 2 kilos she'll get to, 1.9, 2 kilos. She's taken over our whole life, can't go anywhere. So I wheel her up into Carol's room of a night with a heat pack, preheated bed, and wheel her in the bedroom. She's like a little wellness dog. You pick her up and she's quiet, doesn't move, doesn't do anything. And all right. You're all right. I've been standing up and killing me. And killing me standing up.
They were leaving at half time. I was watching.
the break after the first 3 frames that Kurt leads by that score. The match has been a lot tighter than the 3-0 suggests, with both players just looking for an opportunity to try and win the frames a lot easier. Both, of course, got the ability to make frame-winning breaks, and that's what they'll be looking for here. Again, we've got a lot of noise. We're outside the billiard room looking through the glass panes. Kurt's just fired in a red. Magnificent shot. He has
Good chance here,
black.
Rob, I'd say.
Yeah, black's definitely on in the centre.
Yep, can pull back and there's some...
Yep.
I can see at least 3 or 4 exposed reds, but obviously the black needs to go back on its spot.
So first opportunity goes to Kurt in frame 4. See what he can make of this. Just double checking where he wants to be.
Yep. Maybe it's a touch straight, but he should be able to just pull back up. Yep. It's done nicely down. The standard of play in the whole tournament's been great. Yesterday we had a number of 3-2 frame results, but we're seeing 2 of Tasmania's best players and 2 players in the top 10 in Australia. I expect Kurt to put a lot of scoreboard pressure early on here with a few exposed reds.
Sorry, mate. Sorry, mate. No, all good. No, I'm happy. As if I'm really sorry. No, I knew that.
Oh,
Wow, I wasn't expecting that. And
Kurt's missed a blue, and he's missed it that bad that he hasn't left the red on for Carl, unfortunately.
On the red, no. Off in the way, isn't it?
Again, we're at the Launceston Workers Club. There's a huge darts tournament on this weekend that is just wrapping up, and we've got a lot of background noise from that, and there'll be a few running past our commentary position over the next 10 or 20 minutes, so I still think we'll get a bit of noise here, Rob.
Yep.
We got to put in for that pay rise, I believe.
Yeah, absolutely. We'll hang in there.
It's almost like watching snooker at a construction site.
I think that red is just hanging out even from this angle. We might just flick switches just for a minute, Rod. What do you reckon? We'll just go silent if you don't think anything's happening to us, because we've got a huge crowd coming past. So.
Just watch the frame for a little bit. number one. Seven. Eight.
G'day everyone, we've come back online now. So you're watching the final of the Tasmanian Snooker Championship live from the Launceston Workers Club in Tasmania. If anybody's online, can you just give us a thumbs up as we're coming through? We just thought we'd switch it off. There was a little bit of activity in the background. So Carl Barrett has got a little mini break going now and really needs this frame to stay alive. Best of 9 frame final, race to 5. He's to playing the defending champion Kurt Dunham. As Rod said before, they probably leave 2 kicks or punts from Peter Hudson away from each other. So clearly 2 of Tasmania's best players and obviously ranked in the top 10 in Australia. So we're seeing quality match in progress at the moment. Carl really needs this to stay in touch, trailing 3-0. So it's all about scoreboard pressure for him. He looks like he's got the opportunity. Now Carl will do a little bit of damage here. Needs a 50, 60 just to put that seed of doubt into Kurt's mind, because at the moment it's been all Kurt. First couple of frames were tight-ish, but Kurt has looked a dominant player.
Yeah, welcome back everyone, and Rob. Carl's building a handy lead here in the 4th frame. You'd imagine he should be able to close this frame out at this visit. Certainly that's what he'd be looking to do.
Yep. So any of the viewers out there online, just a thumbs up just to let us know that we're coming through after just going dark there for a little while. Both these boys have got great cue actions. They're a treat to watch when in full motion. Couple of options here. Only one option.
Yes, I don't think there's anything difficult here. I think the red next to the pink is onto that corner. He's played for that one now.
I think you're right, Rod. This is at Carl's mercy. It's Carl's to lose, if anything. So, and he really does need this to claw back to 3-1. Bearing in mind it's a race to 5 in the best of 9 frame final.
Yeah, and this will be frame ball. There it goes. So it looks like Carl's clawed it back to 3-1.
Yep. Kurt currently needing snookers even if he misses this ball. He's dropped in nicely. Barry Glover, the referee for this particular frame. Alternating referees in the final here today, shared between Adrian White, Rex Swain and Barry Glover, all from Launceston. Yellow's interesting. Rod, what's your shot? Pulling back.
It is, but I guess he doesn't need it. So.
No. I was intrigued to see what he was going to do. A nice little kiss on that ball on the way past just to square it up.
Yeah. Yeah, well, I guess doesn't really matter what happens from here in. Kurt won't come back to the table.
No. So the final is come back on track, so to speak. So it's going to be 3-1 with the defending champion Kurt Dunham from the Northwest Coast playing 7-time winner Carl Barrett. Best of 9 frame final, race to 5 at the Launceston Workers Club. Commentary with Rod Dunham, who also played in the tournament and was a quarter finalist. Carlos, be nice to see him clear the table. No, nothing against Kurt, of course, Rod.
No, this has been a really solid reply from Carl.
Yep, something he badly needed.
Yes, absolutely. That'll give him a lot of hope. You'll be looking to push on from here.
I think the break, I'm looking at the score.
147.
We
This
have
has
a
been
few
good clearance from
commentators walking past us, which adds to a little bit of the atmosphere. And he's gone out with a lovely clearance. So the finalists, 3-1, race to 5, best of 9 frames final. Commentary with Rod Dunham.
Yeah, thanks, Rob. Robert Higgins, of course, the esteemed Robert Higgins that everybody knows in Tasmania, connected with this great game.
Famous or infamous, depending on your point of view. But yeah, after 46 years in Q Sports, I'm a little bit sad I didn't come through yesterday. I had planned to, but I was feeling a little bit under the weather, but got my spirits, picked myself up and drove through this morning, and I'm pleased I did.
Yeah.
I missed Kurt's break of 113 yesterday. Obviously something special every time you get over 100. That's always good going. And as you'd expect, these two players are ranked in the top 10 in Australia. Carl, obviously a 7-time winner of this particular championship, and Kurt back this year to defend his title. And the quality of the play in the championship's been great. There were a number of 3-2 games yesterday. In fact, one group, 3 players tied on the same number of wins. Frame differential, and 2 players had the same frame, so it came down to the result of the original game in the tournament, so you can't get any closer than that. So it's been a great championship all round, and perhaps the match might develop a little bit more after this. Obviously Carl is still chasing with that 3-1 lead to Kurt, but both players capable of hurting each other with 50 and 60 breaks, and or even 100 breaks if they get in amongst them. So Kurt about to break off in frame 5, best of 9 frame final.
Yeah, and I know you've mentioned once or twice, Rob, about Carl and the fact that he's 7 times Tasmanian champion, but I funnily believe he might be 8.
Oh, I missed one out, did I, somewhere?
I don't know. I could be wrong.
I'm probably
But
looking
one
after
of us
my
may be
brother,
wrong.
who's got 17 on the board, maybe, or
Yeah.
a bit overprotective.
I thought he
there.
had 8, but I could be wrong.
Yep.
Someone might be able to look that up for us.
I may
while
have to
we're
go back to recording
busy
of all
here.
this and delete all that 7-time winner.
Well, not just yet.
Not yet.
I
not
just
yet.
had a feeling.
Small window opening here for Kurt, although I suspect that black looks really straight from our angle. Anybody that's tuned in late, we're actually standing outside of the billiard room and perched in, peering between 2 glass windows, and sometimes it doesn't help us when a player or 2 wanders past, or a spectator I should say. Looks, don't know whether he's got on that red or not, Rod. I'm on awkward angle.
No, I have
No,
noticed they
it's-
haven't cleaned the windows here either, so it's not easy to see.
So Kurt playing safe, so he's pretty much answered our own question. He didn't get on it. Looks like it's pretty good safety with me. Anything on the top rail.
Yeah. Both class players, of course, are witnessing a great final here thus far. Certainly, if you're anywhere near the area, pop down to the Launceston Workers Club. We're likely to go for, I'd imagine, could be the best part of an hour,
Oh yes, at
maybe
least.
longer. Kurt now with another opportunity. Well, he's elected to split a few up, but is he still on one, Rob? I think he might be to the corner.
Yep. Even from this angle, I'd probably walk down there. He looks pretty happy with that shot. Every time they approach the table quickly, must mean that they're on. Nicely played. A little bit more weight for the blue, and we'll be right in business. A bit unlucky. Very, very straight.
A little bit straight on this one, correct. Not sure what he'll do here.
It's like running through.
He might even come off the jaw.
Bit off the rail. Yep.
He just had a slight angle. Just enough.
Choice of two reds here. Taking the top red, I'd suspect. Yep. Isn't this deceptive for us? From where I'm standing, that doesn't even look like it's remotely on.
Well, that's a nice black. I'm not sure he's on anything though.
Still okay. Looks
So
goes
past that other red, is
Yep.
there? Yep. Again, it's very difficult from the side view, and we'd be, well, best part of 30 foot from the table, I
Oh
guess.
yeah, gosh yeah.
Or about 9 metres for you metric people.
Yep. So the people at home are probably watching and wondering why we're calling the way we are. But it is what it is. Good atmosphere. A few people gathered around. Our good friends from the darts look like they've wound up. They look like they've had a stellar weekend with a few hundred people in attendance, which is great for the Launceston Workers Club.
Mm-hmm. Yes, I believe the bar tab alone will keep him afloat for a little bit longer,
Yeah.
especially from yesterday,
Yes.
which again is great for this sort of establishment. They need those days for sure, and more of them. Well,
He's tried a little bit too
Kurt's
much.
forced a black, and he's just jawed it.
Yep. You can see
His
what
break
he's
ends.
trying to do, but
Yeah,
Thing is-
39 to 0. Kale comes to the table. I'm sure he's got one in the centre. He's a good opportunity here, definitely. You roll through for the blue.
gets his chance to hit back. He's played it well. Got a nice little nice little angle. Got some nice exposed reds there too, if you can work
Yeah.
around them.
Just needs to work this one out. Certainly doesn't need to worry about any awkward ones at this stage. And first and foremost, you'd be just looking to close this lead down.
Yeah, absolutely. It's all about the scoreboard. Doesn't matter how good a player you are, it's still in the back of your mind. Obviously, still trailing by 2 frames against a quality opponent. But he has got opportunities here. That red behind the snooker, there's a pink, must be half snooker. It sort of looked like it would go through onto the black, but obviously not. He's taking the top red. So we've got a horrible angle here. won't be happy with that.
A
I
little
don't
bit short
think.
there, Rob.
Yep. Unless he's got the gap.
It doesn't look good
No.
from what I can see. He's taken on this long blue.
A little bit disappointed with that. He looked like he had some opportunities there, but it's a lot easier from out here. I haven't lost a frame out here.
Exactly. They're all easy from here.
Yeah.
Never played a bad shot from this side. Kurt just weighing up his options.
Thinking he's taken us on, Rod, for sure. Back yourself. Yep. That was the shot.
It's a great shot. That's a great shot.
Yeah, absolutely.
Black in the centre will lead him to the red on the top rail, or near the top rail. Wow. He's just overcut the black slightly, left it over the hole. Carl comes with another chance.
Here with my old mate
Kurt
Chris
Dunham
Cherrier,
40,
who we haven't seen
Carl
forever.
Barrett currently 7.
Come along to watch the final and help Salty with all the setting up. Meanwhile, back to the action. Not easy. Not easy at all.
Not a lot of pressure on that shot with the black over the hole like that.
Yep.
The next shot will be critical. And not critical as far as getting the pot goes, but critical as where he's going to end up. Oh, he's going to be short. Didn't want to be there.
No, well
Did not
short.
want to be there.
Another one to be disappointed with as well. Better to overhit it, if anything, just to get a pace to come back down the tail in no man's land.
Correct. You can always play safe if you have to, yeah. That's a great pot by Carl. He's straight back in, nicely on the black.
That's a great shot. I turned around, I missed it. I was trying to work out what the sound was in the background. So bit of an opportunity here.
It's obviously onto the centre pocket, the next red.
It'll be twitchy there, Carl. I've never actually seen him move like that, but maybe it was me. I need to watch it in replay. It's better. Stay down on the shot. Starting to close the gap now, which is crucial. So it's all about scoreboard pressure now. Obviously trailing 3 frames to 1. Perfect weight.
Carl's looked pretty good today. When he's in amongst the balls, he closed out his match against Alex Pace in fine style.
Yeah, and look at Alex. I thought it was a real danger. He can be very explosive, and when he's in form, he's only just come back to Tasmania and obviously started hitting the ball pretty well. And that's probably what we need. We need 3 or 4 players all challenging each other, because that will mean Carl and Kurt will improve, because they'll have to.
Correct.
From so many years ago that Alex was run up in the final, from memory it was at the Penguin Club. He and Carl played one of the better finals seen for a lot of years.
Mm-hmm. Well,
Gee, I wouldn't mind seeing that again in replay as well. He looked like he twisted somehow. I
Yeah.
could see what he's trying to do to get the pace, but black very gettable. Just trying to do too much with it. So
Yeah,
obviously the
Carl?
score's 40 to 32.
he certainly got his opportunities in this frame, but
Yeah, absolutely.
Kirby looking to hopefully not give him too many more. Played safe on that one. He's got that one covered, so
Yep.
just the red across the table that Carl will be looking.
Yeah,
Carl
that
will
is
be
a
looking at.
really good shot. That's put a lot of pressure on. I don't believe he can, from my horrible angle, it cannot see the bottom red. That's a really good shot. That puts a lot of pressure on. We've got some young fans here who are appreciating the snooker.
Carl's deliberating over this.
As I say, this is a magnificent attacking shot from Kurt because put all the pressure on with that red perched over there. So he's
Carl's just looking at options, how he can keep Kurt off that red that he put over the hole.
Yep, I suspect from here they look rather limited.
Yeah, maybe all he can do is roll up to this red and use the black to snooker the other ball and just put the red on the rail. But
Yep.
the risk of following through and open up the gap up the rail
It's just
is a
awkward.
possibility.
There's a potentially frame-winning shot here. It's obviously the red down the bottom with the opening, and with most of the colours exposed. Just tried to get the cover behind the other red. Looks like it's behind the black. I can't see the long angle on the TV screen because we're well away.
Yeah. Oh, I think
That's
Kurt will be running this. Trying to get this one under the other red.
Yep.
And the safety behind the black in
Yep.
the same shot.
Absolutely. Yep. Played it perfect.
Hard up on the black. That's a great safety shot. Again, he's got Carl under pressure.
So say, I think Carl would be ruling that easy black off the spot. I mean, nothing's easy. We could see he was trying to promote the other red, but suddenly he's in a world of pain here.
Yeah, and just when he looked like he was in flow, and missing that one doesn't help.
This is obviously a must hit. It doesn't matter what it is.
This is not easy. Your 2 rails, Rob?
Yep.
In fairness, that wasn't that close.
Poor old referees have a heart attack when the ball goes that pace. He looked to replace a lot, but he hasn't touched any. So foul and miss will, unless,
I think Kurt will be putting him back, surely.
yeah, for sure. Unless that red is very easy. He's probably weighing up the options if Carl goes for it again. Like, is he going to play the shot that badly? Or
Yeah,
I'd say that
still favour putting him back, because
yeah, I'd say that red is on, and he's given it great deliberation. He got the opportunity of potting it, potentially closing out the frame end or passing it, and then Carl, gets...
Probably, especially if he doesn't need the blue, and I don't know, just trying to work the numbers out, whether he needs the blue on a clearance or not. Well, may be the difference, because obviously the bulkhead's reasonably easy to clear, but if he needs the blue, then that's the problem ball.
Yeah, so at the moment he's 13 in front. You're coming up to that magical number. I suspect that he'll pop one of these colours. I can't quite get the angle. It looks like it will be the yellow. Or maybe it's the brown. So we're totally obscured here. My first thoughts was the yellow. First thoughts were correct. So mathematically he's got this on his cue. So it's really only, it's kind of his to lose. Played it perfectly. He's put the white ball on the yellow spot, so hence why Rex Wayne has placed the yellow on the black spot. For anybody that's tuned into snooker for the first or the second time to think what the hell's going on. So he's played this perfectly. And as you surmised earlier, Rod, the blue won't come into play.
It won't.
No.
What's that? 16, the
16.
difference. Another 7 in front of him. Makes 23.
Just needs to get down to the yellow, which is on the black spot as we can see. Just needs a bit of a bounce, which he's not going to get, unfortunately.
Just overran that one.
Yep. Still like to be curt at this stage.
So 20 in front with now 27 left.
Yep.
I'm thinking of safety, Rob. I can't see much else.
Yeah, only option at this stage.
Maybe
Doesn't
roll
need
the,
to do anything extravagant. It's all on Carl. Carl's got to do the catching.
maybe roll the yellow up past the centre pocket and the white behind the black.
Yep.
Or at least the white in line with the black. He won't get anywhere near the black, of course. No, he might be going for the double shot to nothing here. It's pretty good safety.
Yep.
But
So
Carl's still alive in this.
So 20 points the difference. Obviously 27 on the table.
And of course Carl doesn't need the blue. He needs them all, but the blue is a problem ball as far as Carl's concerned. That'll impact any clearance to win the frame.
You won't be happy with that because even from this really obscure angle, the yellow looks gettable. Wow. I want a double play here.
Kurt's elected to punch that one in rather than roll it up. He didn't want to leave it in case he didn't get the pot because it was a fair angle.
So if you've tuned in late, you're watching the Tasmanian Snooker Championship final from the Launceston Workers Club. Defending champion Kurt Dunham, leads Carl Barrett, multi-time winner, 3 frames to 1, race to 5, best of 9 frames. I'm in co-commentary with Rod Dunham, so it's Rob Higgins online from the Hobart.
Yeah, very
Big shot here. What's he doing, Rod? Is he
critical
taking
stage
it
of the
on? Or
match.
is he playing safe? Brown hanging over the hole. You've got a whole heap of things going through your mind.
Personally, I think he will play safe, but I mean, I would. And mainly because I don't think you can get on the green.
No.
Because you can't afford to roll it over the hole. So to hit it hard enough, I'm not sure he can stay on the green to the same pocket.
You wish he was taller like Luke Webb or somebody like that, so you didn't have to reach it.
Yeah, as we thought, he's gone for the safety.
It's a nice
Little
big
bit
bounce
strong.
here to get probably bounce too much to be fair. Okay,
Kurt will take
I'm going
this
to call
on.
this a shot to nothing.
Yeah,
You're 20 points in front, as you say. The blue.
Kurt will put the
Blue's
white
a
ball back where
nemesis.
it is pretty much, but he'll be looking to pop this yellow. In fact, he's loading up with a lot of bottom.
I think he's going to be
He
all
may
right.
have got lucky here. He may have got
Going to
lucky.
be right.
Not sure. He didn't put his hand up, so I don't think he's got lucky.
No. You almost got a horrible Chinese snooker, which for those you don't know, when you're knuckled up on top of the other ball, it's
Yeah.
the worst shot in the...
And on the monitor, I'm just looking, I'm not sure he can see any of that yellow.
I'm trying to look at Andrew Saltmarsh's monitor. You're right. He might have got lucky. At first glance on the long ways angle from where we're standing or sitting, it looks like you can
he
hit it.
clipped the outside of it.
Out of it, but now he's
now that we're looking at the monitor,
clearly he's snookering. He's looking to go across the table. So please, those people watching online, don't sack us. We're just in a horrible spot.
pressure on Carl again to escape here and at least make contact with the yellow ball.
Yep, because he's facing the scenario of a couple of fouler misses, which mathematically will put him out of contention in this frame with a 20-point lead to Kurt.
Correct.
So this is a must-hit ball. And then worry about the details of where it goes later.
Yeah, if he does happen to miss it twice, then like you say, he then needs a snooker of his own to stay in the match. He just clipped it. No, he might have got a little bit lucky too.
There's the return.
Just trying to look.
I'm cheating. I'm trying to look at the monitor, peering through the window. He might have got lucky.
May have got snooker. Still, he's not a hard one to hit, but again, you always want to put distance between the two balls and try and make the yellow safe. So he's looking to come off the top rail, kick it back. I don't think he'll want to be putting it near the blue because Carl can get both balls out.
This is a huge frame in the context of the whole match. Like 4-1 if Kurt was to take it, or 3-2, you've suddenly got a different dynamic.
That's a good shot.
He's played it well.
He's put it on the correct side of the table.
Yep.
Didn't want to be over the yellow pocket anywhere near that side, that's for sure. I guess Carl's got his two options, to play side to side or maybe up and down. He's gone behind the black.
Yep. Yes.
I think he's left the gap through up the... not sure, I think he's got it.
Again, looking at peering through the monitor, he looks like he's gone pretty close. One of our young fans in the room, I wasn't happy with that shot, so voicing their displeasure. I love this intrigue, this little mini battles where one shot is everything.
Yes, I do too. It's great to witness break building and quick frames on one hand, but I love it when it gets tactical and because that's when the pressure comes on and you find more out about the players in these situations than what you do banging balls in, I believe.
He hasn't got his preferred shot, which he was obviously trying to get up around behind so the green would go in the other pocket, but
he's just missed the green in the centre. I think Kurt will be taking this on because the brown's over the hole, the blue's still safe.
Yep. We spoke about this seemed like about 10 minutes ago. They're blue. It's still there. But it's the clutch ball obviously for Kyle.
It's relatively safe.
So 18 points the difference, 25 available.
Both players feeling it a little bit in this frame.
Yep, they understand the significance of it and say potentially a 4-1 lead to the defending champion or an opportunity for Carl to claw back into this match. So delicately poised. I like the break building, Rod, but there's also a lot of intrigue
Oh,
around the safety
absolutely.
play, and you know,
Correct. Again, he was perhaps a little bit fortunate on to go around the back of that blue and
He
not
says-
move it off the rail.
Yep.
This green is on. And I'm sure Carl will be
he's looking at it.
looking at taking it on.
Yep. He's thinking of how many opportunities he might get, because, as you say, Kirk can have a free swing where that blue is situated, because mathematically the frame's in his favour.
Oh, that wasn't a good effort. He's got the
Long
blue
way
out
off.
though.
Let's see
So
what's happening here. Can't see from my angle. I need someone to text me or thumb me in the room whether he's got a snooker. Say he might have.
yeah, it does look so on the monitor.
Yep.
Carl's a little bit lucky there. It wasn't not a good effort on the green.
Interestingly, the blue's come out, but now the brown's become a touch awkward. It's been perched over their pocket
Yeah.
all the time now. I don't know if we're
Kurt
still
might be
online or
swerving
not. I
here.
noticed the monitors had disappeared. I'm just peering over the back of Andrew Saltmarsh, and I'm assuming we're still online. Maybe someone can give us a thumbs up whether the pictures are coming and the voice are coming through.
I think he was just checking his Tinder site, Rob.
What's going to happen here? Well,
Well, Kurt's had to swerve that and he's made contact, but of course in doing so he's put the green basically over the hole. The green and brown are very gettable. The rest of them,
you'd think the
maybe with the exception of the black
Of the
slightly,
black,
is
yep.
available.
Yep.
So Carl will be looking to close this one out and get to 3-2.
His first priority is this green is a must ball, can't afford to overhit it, because we said the brown is a little bit awkward, obviously. So it's just a matter of holding it. Nice weight, gives himself a little angle.
Yeah, if he comes down the centre of the table around the blue spot, finishes roughly there.
If you just happen to flip on live, you're watching the Tasmanian Snooker Championship from the Launceston Workers Club. Carl Barrett at the table, trailing 3 frames to 1 in the best of 9 frame final. Spotted the green, needs the lot. Now on the brown.
Well, he's just overdone that, but easy.
Looks like he's got up into the blue. You can see a few little taps in the room of the...
It's not where he wanted to
nodding.
be, but he'd certainly take it.
It will do.
So really only the black now, it appears. The difference between the result of this frame, well, it's definitely hinging on the black.
Nice little tap screw.
Yeah, he's got a bit of angle on this pink, but not the right one
No.
to get across for the black, so he may elect to come off this side cushion back for the black.
Yep.
He may elect to double the black perhaps. I wouldn't have thought so.
I think the old 8 ball players, they love the doubles. Not so much the snooker players, unless they're obvious.
I think he's going for a double on the black. Yep.
Yeah, so you're right. That's why you're an excellent player and I'm just a lowly commentator.
Just a good guess, Rob. I'm waiting for the commentator's curse to hit.
This is a big shot in the context of this whole match. This is potentially 3-2 or 4-1. And he's hit it way too hard for my liking, even for my limited knowledge of the game. He's got a little bit lucky.
Yeah, he's
The double was
unfortunate not to
right,
pot it,
but that was hit with too much pace, in my opinion. And what did you say? The commentators cursed, or?
yeah, coach has got to be careful here. He gets this black safe. I think he'll just nick it back to the top rail and go down the table. He's got that a little bit full, but I think Carl will take this on. The black's probably an inch off the rail.
Shot.
And I think he'll be taking this on.
It's probably 6 out of 10. It's just sneaking into that danger zone. But I mean, if you don't take it on, you'll wonder why you didn't. If Kurt bangs something in.
This is one of those
damned if you do and damned if you don't.
It's a risk versus reward shot, and the rewards are higher than the risk, I believe.
Can't see any in off, I don't think. So he's
No,
wide
it's
spinner,
3-2.
3-2. So we have a match. Best of 9 frames, a race to 5. Tasmanian Snooker Championship being played live at the Launceston Workers Club. I'm in co-commentary with Rod Dunham. My name's Rob Higgins from Hobart. Witnessing a final between 2 of the top 10 players in Australia, and clearly the best 2 players in Tasmania. Kurt set the tournament alight yesterday with a break of 113 in the round robin section, and the standard of play today has been excellent. We're playing on the centre table at the Launceston Workers, as opposed to the previous live stream setup. I think it's worked out pretty well, right, apart from the fact we're probably at a slight disadvantage just with our viewing and all that kind of thing. So just bear with us if you're watching at home and we're trying to call something and you're wondering what we're talking about. But the quality of the pictures coming through, so Andrew Saltmarsh is always doing a spectacular job. Got some terrific gear now that they've set up, obviously through 8 Ball and a few private sponsors over the journey. So we've got first class equipment, top class players, and got a real spectacle on our hands. Boys are just taking about a minute break.
Yeah, Rob, with the 3-2 scoreline, it's really opened up the match now.
Yeah, it's match on now.
And there's effectively nothing in it. Five.
Oh, only 5.
Yep. Just checking the best of here, and it is best of 9 or race to 5. This is frame 6, Kurt to break. Leads 3-2 currently. See you, Mark. A few of the players departing the club, making their way back to Hobart and various other places.
With the advantage of the live stream, they can actually watch it as they're driving back. So we were saying goodbye to Brendan Milburn. It was a semi-finalist this morning. Went down actually to Kurt 4 frames to 1, which is the same scoreline as last year. So being Brendo's back in a big way, and some of these pockets will never be the same. He certainly opened a few up over the weekend, according to my reliable sources. So it's good to see the big fella back and playing the game, which is just a natural gifted cure. So Nice opportunity here for Kurt. Ooh, looks like it's okay from the
Still on it?
look here. Yep.
Good opening red. Just landed Kurt on the black.
Won't be happy with that. Will
No.
not be happy with that. They'll be clipping off the safe, although red may go, but there is a bit of risk disturbing the other reds.
Yeah, there's a red in bulk too, so you got to be careful about playing down there.
Yeah. Yeah, I didn't see that actually.
That's a good recovery shot.
Absolutely.
See you, Jules. Julian Long just making his way out of the venue.
Blue ball looks to be a bit of a pack splitter if you're in that sort of mode. No,
He hasn't had a good contact on that one.
no, not at all.
It's an opportunity here for Carl. The red's available at the bottom of the pack.
So a touch more intrigue is what looked to be a nice opening for Kurt is suddenly now presented itself to Carl. We've got a lot going on here, Rod. We've it's not a bicycle show or a where we perched. It's all happening, as they'd say. I'd gained a bit of confidence from that last frame. Carl, we started with a bit of authority.
Yeah. I think he's just looking at an angle. Play this red, and then he'd be looking to get onto the blue to play it in such a way that he can get into the pack, but I'm not sure this is
I
it.
don't think he can get. It looks a bit straight from here.
Thought he might have pushed through and gone on the other side of the table, clipped
Yep.
the blue in the centre and smacked into the pack, but
Yeah.
he's just playing a bit conservative at the moment. He had a little angle, but he
Wow.
couldn't generate enough power from
Good
where
try,
he was.
yeah, good try. But as we suspected, he couldn't get enough on that to come across.
Touching ball, maybe? Maybe not. Barry Glover officiating at the table. White ball hard on the balk rail. Safety exchange here. Just a bit like a chess game just at the moment, just making small moves in the hope that they can get a big move done. Carl's just tried to roll a red in the centre and it's just jawed out. And again, I don't see anything on the table that Kurt will take on.
No.
Oh, he
Ooh,
must have
wow.
been somewhat snookered there to play that shot. So Carl's got another opportunity to red down into this corner pocket and be on the black. Or maybe the angle's pushing the white towards the rail.
Yeah, I think you're right. If you've just tuned in late, you're watching the Tasmanian Snooker Championship final live from the Launceston Workers Club. Delicately poised at this stage, best of 9 frame final race to 5. Defending champion Kurt Dunham leads 8-time champion Carl Barrett. So scrap that earlier thing I was saying about 7 times. You were quite correct, Rod. I just had a quick look online.
Oh, did you?
Cool. Records, and his first win in 2013 against my brother, who was a 17-time winner. So these two boys closing in on that record. We look forward to some great battles in the coming years, and this is developing into a bit of a contest now, whereas Kurt had it on his cue early, leading 3-0, but Carl's managed to rally back in the last 2 frames, and he's got some opportunities here.
Carl just looking to build his lead here, Rob. He's in amongst them at the moment with a good opportunity again.
Yeah, absolutely.
It's just working out how to get onto this next red.
Yeah, I've got no idea from this particular angle, so
Looks like he's going off. Well, he's definitely got a shot at it. That's
Yep.
not too bad.
going to come down the side now.
Might be looking for the blue off this one, I don't know, just to... No, he's held for the black.
Held it pretty well. So suddenly starting to put a bit of scoreboard pressure on the 6th frame here.
Should be able to roll this in and be on the red to the opposite corner. Well, he's travelled the cue ball a distance. It's not getting any easier for him.
No, he's still holding the table, but shots are not easy, but looks like he's got something coming back towards this pocket. Deceptive angles here for us.
Yeah. Again, he's not ideal on the black. He's finished way too low. He'd be struggling to hold for another red, I believe. He might be able to go into those 2 reds, Rob.
Yep.
Yeah, good
Here's
shot.
2. Yeah, great shot. Hopefully not perched above that red. Looks like he's got clear air. Starting to get into a frame winning situation here, particularly with at least 2 loose reds near that pink spot.
Yes, definitely building a handy lead.
It's like red back into the centre.
He's probably only a couple of reds away from sealing this frame.
Yeah, absolutely. Looks high to you. Oh, it looked high to me, but there you go. Ideally wanted another 1 or 2 inches, just run through for that blue. Probably had a quick sneak peek at the pink, but stick to the original plan.
This is a key shot now for the frame.
Certainly not easy.
50 points in front, 59 on the table. If he pots this, it'll be 51 left and 51 in front. Wow, he's missed that one.
By a long
Got
way, but
fortunate
he's
and
got
left
out
nothing.
very, very nicely.
So very delicately poised now. Just a few interruptions from the creche operating here today, Rob.
In the background, they've made our life difficult, haven't they? So,
Kids, you gotta love them.
Young aspiring curists, I suppose. Who knows?
Shot.
Now that is a great shot.
Carl's just taken on a long red, banged it in, he's fat on the black. Sure, the 3 reds are not going anywhere, but he doesn't need those 3.
Yep.
Seals the frame with the black.
Plays nice percentage, that's all he had to do.
.58 in front, 51 on.
Yep, so Kurt requiring snookers.
It's not insurmountable, that's why Kurt's returned to the table, but it's certainly a tall hill. And he's got lucky.
A handy little kiss there. This is one for Carl here, can afford to be a touch extravagant, I guess, for want of a better word.
Yeah, or maybe he'd be able to just roll it over the hole.
Yep.
With not much danger.
Obviously for Kurt requiring snookers like reds and blacks are a priority. Anything smaller colours is putting him frame out of reach.
Well, that shows Kurt's intentions. He's trying to make what he can with high value colours, and then he'll be looking for a snooker.
Yep.
Sometime. And he's looking to move a red and missed it. Now he needs a real good safety to try and give him some hope to stay in this frame. He does need 2 snookers though. Carl won't be fazed by this, he'll just push him around wherever he needs to.
Yep.
Just play the waiting game until he can get this one done. Pressure's on Kurt, of course, to try and make something, and
And that
he's failed
will
there, so that should be the frame.
seal the deal after the pots this red ball. I'd expect him to pick his towel up and maybe pop out and have a deep breath. It looks like being 3-all, best of 9 frame final, race to 5. Defending champion Kurt Dunham playing Carl Barrett, 8-time winner at the table now. Just potted the pink. Expecting a frame concession irrespective of whatever shot is played in this particular red. Mind you, it's not over Carl. What am I talking about? Yeah. It's amazing what a bit of confidence does. 3-0. It was all looking a bit bleak, but all of a sudden we've got 3-all and we've got a game on.
And again, you want to clear this table. Just well, as I say that.
Would have finished, yeah.
Well, it doesn't really matter, but I mean,
you like to finish on a
there
high.
It just makes your opponent say, look, I'm here to play.
So just rehashing, if you've joined in late, I know I've said it 10,000 times, but we're at the Launceston Workers Club for the Tasmanian Snooker Championship final between Kurt Dunham, the defending champion, and 8-time champion Carl Barrett, both from the northwest coast and within a stone's throw of each other. Great friends, great rivals on the table. Watching a tip-top match between two players ranked in the top 10 in Australia. And the final is not disappointing. Kurt with 113 break yesterday in the round robin section of play in one of the stronger Tasmanian championships for a number of years. We had 16 players and some new faces into the championship, which was terrific, including my co-commentator Rod Dunham, who made the quarterfinals last night. So I think you echo those sentiments, Rod. I wasn't here. I was in Hobart, but I was obviously keeping up to track with all the live scores that were coming through to me. And yeah, we had some interesting games, and yeah, a really good contest. So boys have just taken probably a few minute break just to gather themselves. So
yeah, no, it was great competition yesterday. A lot of close games. As I've said, a few players I'd never seen before. There was a 15-year-old here, Ryan.
Oh yeah, Ryan Sansom, yeah,
from Launceston area.
Yep.
And I played him first up, and I was very impressed with his long potting.
Yep.
And even more impressed when I spoke to his family just after the match and found out that he was only 15. It sort of blew me away.
Yep.
I thought, well, and he is, again, he's another pool player, and we see that a lot. The crossover from pool or 8-ball, if you want to call it that, over to the big table. We've seen it forever and a day, and he looks to be really enjoying himself with billiards and snooker, so let's hope that he stays on that path.
Yep.
By all means play pool if he wants to, but yeah, this is really where the challenge is.
It's tended to be a breeding ground over the journey where and I used to do it myself, deliberately go around and watch a lot of the 8-ball players. In fact, that's where I first spotted Kurt I've known you for forever. I think I played him in a triangular shield many years ago up at the Burnie Club of the Alps Narrowsell, and I actually smashed the balls up the back. How dare I? Because he kicked my you-know-what. So that's my first introduction. You can barely see over the table. And Carl was the same. I drove all the way from Hobart to see what all the fuss was about this young fella.
Yeah, and you wasn't disappointed?
No, absolutely not. They've both been great kids, and we've had a handy batch of juniors along the way, including the likes of Luke Webb, Jason Featherston, Alex Pace. So,
yeah,
you know, Tasmania have been pretty spoilt and lucky in that respect. And obviously, we lost Kurt for a period of time where you're on the mainland of Victoria, but he's now come back home, and we're seeing a first-class final between two highly ranked players. Ooh.
Yeah. Kurt obviously had a big opportunity living in Victoria for a number of years and honing his craft over there. As you'd understand, with a much larger population, the quality of the players over there is quite high, and it certainly does hone your game up fairly quick, and he made a name for himself. He was I guess, very good here before he left. He's only 16, 17 when he left.
Yep.
Spent that time. He's been back now a couple of years. I remember when he was... Well, he started playing not long after 2. We got him a little table. I don't know, it was probably 2.5 foot long, or 70 or 80 centimetres long. And it was 100 mil off the floor. And he used to play on that, and quite often used to have one leg up on the table while he was playing his shot. And then he progressed to what we had at home then was a 7-foot pool table. And I still remember he couldn't see over the side of that, so he used to cart an esky around with him, stand on the esky, have his shot, get back down, pull the esky around to his next shot, and do that for hours on end. And
Naturally, with no accredited referees, having to have a foot on the table, so we've got to have some attitude.
exactly.
So
yeah, he's been at it a while, and Carl's obviously played since he was quite young as well. His parents owned one of the hotels in Penguin for a number of years, and he had the opportunity there to play on the bar table, I guess you would call it, and much to that really helped him, and indeed they had Calcutta's tournaments there where he would enter and quite often win.
Yep.
So that was also a good grounding for Carl. Carl's a very fit guy. He does a lot of running. He's certainly a best of 9. He's not going to phase him one little bit.
We've got a bit of an opening here, so Carl on the table, and fair to say on a bit of a roll from coming from 3-0 down to 3-all, and sneaking out to a tiny little bit of scoreboard lead in this frame, clutch frame.
Yes, and we've said it before, but now this 7th frame becomes ultra important.
Yeah,
Whoever can win this one will only need one more to get over the line.
Yep.
Not sure what he's got here, Rob.
I don't know what he's looking at, but I'll cheat and look at Salty's monitor. It looks like he might have that ready into the middle if he wants to take it on, but
Yeah.
I don't know.
Can he get on anything after that though?
No, that's the thing.
He's going to play safe.
Yeah, yep.
Well,
So for a fleeting moment, he might have fluked the pot. It would have been a horror show, but obviously not. He knew what he was doing.
yeah.
Got Rex Swain, who's refereeing this particular frame. Probably needs a bit of assistance in looking to see if they're touching ball. So obviously you need to play away from the ball.
It's not,
Salty's zoomed in just to give the viewers at home an opportunity to check that out for themselves.
it's not a bad shot by Carl, because putting that ball, the bulk side of the centre
Up the
pocket,
top, yeah. Yep.
means Kurt really can't run safe up that end of the table.
Right, agreed.
I'm not sure how far he's going here. Well, that's the way he's played it. Oh, he was trying to get down that side of the table, and I don't think he's managed it.
No,
He's left that one on the centre.
I actually thought he might have left the white behind the black spot end.
Yeah,
I couldn't see the
correct.
advantage in going up the other way,
No,
because there was always the danger of this scenario.
yeah. No, it
Mind
would have
you,
been a
it
much
looks-
safer option, I
Looks
would have
easier.
thought.
Looks easy from here, but
Still, once the pressure comes on, your thought process tends to get a little bit muddled at times.
yep.
Everything's not clear all of a sudden, is it?
No, absolutely. Well, we've got the final that we deserved, really. When you've got two quality players in the final, this is what you want to see. We've seen some pretty reasonable break building. We've seen some quality snookers. That is the name of the game, obviously, and well, it took my eye off that for a fleeting moment, and
yeah, and unfortunately, I think Carl took his eye off the black in wanting to move the red next to it,
yeah,
and unfortunately, he's missed the black. Kurt's got a great opportunity here.
yeah.
There's only one red in the open after this one.
It's just not quite sure what he was trying to do there. He just overhit that. I didn't even think he could miss the black, to be fair.
No, I think he must have taken his eye off it. That's the only thing I can suggest. But in wanting to move the red that was next to it, which he's managed to do, of course.
Yeah.
Not to his
detriment. Yeah. This is a bit of a
advantage.
turnaround. Instead of him being on the table, he's suddenly given Kurt an opportunity because you've got that top red, or closest one to us, outside the room where we are. Looks to be his first starting point.
Yeah.
Unless he thinks he can get into the pack. He looks like he's playing this with some sort of force.
Well, that's a funny shot.
There you go. I'll give away my commentating ways.
Yeah, I didn't understand that shot, but could be an example of I'm just not clearly thinking, because to me that straight red into the corner after the black in the centre, and then leave yourself an angle on the black and go into the pack was the shot you would play every day of the week.
Probably trying to do too much, but as I say, it's pretty easy from here.
And back to a safety battle. It's a good shot.
That's a good shot. Anything on the back rail is gold.
You might be able to clip the outside of that red. By the look of it,
Had a few people
tight.
texting in to say the picture quality is coming through okay and the sound. So if you've
No,
joined the
it's good.
commentary late, you're watching the Tasmanian Snooker Championship final live from the Launceston Workers Club. Defending champion Kurt Dunham has just had a shot just then. Is playing 8-time winner Carl Barrett, both from the northwest coast. They came through the round robin section, which commenced on Friday night. Finished with the quarterfinals last night, 2 semi-finals this morning, where Kurt defeated Brendan Milburn from Hobart 4 frames to 1. And meanwhile, Carl defeated Alex Pace 4-0. Earlier on, Kurt stormed out to a 3-0 lead, but Carl has managed to reel him back, and it's 3-all, and we've got a real contest on our hands here. Early days, Carl's got a little bit of scoreboard pressure on. Uncharacteristically, I think both players have missed a couple of clutch balls, but as you said earlier, Rod, it's the pressure of the situation.
Correct.
What looked easy earlier on has suddenly got some significant consequences when you miss at this stage of the game. And obviously whoever leads 4-3 after this, it's a huge psychological edge in a race to 5 in a best of 9 frame final. So far, the highest break in the tournament is held by Kurt with 113. And I'm not saying we're not going to get 113 in this final, but this has now come down to maybe some of the flair will come out of it, and this is see where the tactics come into in the temperament. So whilst break building is important, a 40 or 50 at this stage is going to be telling and in fact match winning. I'm in commentary with Rod Dunham, who also played in the tournament and was in the quarterfinal stage last night.
Yeah, Rob. Kurt's he's managed to open up a couple of reds here and got the white fairly safe, I believe. There may be a red on. I don't think Carl will be taking anything on here by the look of it. Trying to get behind the blue. Or the yellow. It's close. It's a good shot.
Quite like that one. Got a little bit of a safety tactical battle going on, as you would expect.
Yeah, there's a red onto the right corner, but like you're going to be running into other balls. You really don't want to be taking that one on.
No, high risk. High risk for low reward, particularly with the pink and black are located. So and even the blue is kind of out of, well, it is out of play.
Yeah. Yeah, it's a very intriguing stage of the match at the moment. Carl with a bit of a lead, a handy lead in this frame, 36 to 8. Well, that's worked out pretty good.
God, a little bit lucky there. He's a little bit of traffic and nice jaw, nice kiss.
Oh wow.
Wow.
Kurt's taken on
I don't think anybody saw that, even Kurt.
no, he's taken on a very low percentage shot. I guess he felt he had nothing else, and then
Yep.
he's managed to clip into another red, and it's potted in the opposite corner.
As we'd say, a bit of a party trick, but no damage done. Puts the pressure back on Kyle, just safety, because I think the red he wants to clip off maybe can't hit. It was the one closest to us where we're sitting outside the room, so hit that widest red. I'm looking at Andrew Saltmarsh's screen. Should be able to get back. Probably dropped short.
He's a
Won't
little
be
bit
happy
short.
with that.
Kurt may take this on. It's just a matter of really can screw off the side rail and down for the pink.
Yep.
Or he might be too straight. It's hard to tell. No, that's the shot.
Spot on. Trying to look at the table and the monitor at the same time. The reds look like they're spread. From our angle, they look like they're cluttered because we've got the side on view. But there looks like there's at least two reds to work with.
Well,
I don't know, I think he'd be heading for the hills. He's looking at,
Yeah.
he hasn't quite got up enough.
he's taken his 7 points, and I'm not sure he's going to be looking to score too many more off this. It's Carl's turn to get safe. Just on the monitor, I'm not sure. He's pretty well snookered on a lot of them, isn't he?
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. I'm trying to glance at the monitor and look as well. There's got a lot of options here.
He might be able to hit this one on the up on the right hand side rail up from the corner pocket.
Yep.
With right hand side to miss the black and go back down to bulk.
Mm.
Or he may even go full out. He has.
Ah, there you go.
That was a magnificent pot, but really doesn't do anything for him. He would have to pump in this green or something and come back down the table, which is
I suspect that
almost suicide at this stage to attempt that.
how Salty's just panned the camera around. It gives us a better view from where we are, looking through the window. I just can't. Me, I think I'd just run for cover.
Yeah,
Trying to weigh up the percentages here. He's probably going to make a fool out of me and pump it
he's
in,
just
but
going to land on the rail, isn't he? No?
yep.
Oh, yeah.
No, yeah. Yep.
Good shot.
What I might do, Rod, I might jump out of commentary. I might get that Jared Wicks who played in the tournament just to jump in for 5 minutes.
Mm-hmm.
I'll take a break. So I'm just going to pass over to Jared Wick, so he will just fill in a gap there for 5 or 10 minutes for me. So Jerry obviously played in the tournament and has been runner-up in this event, in fact, to Carl Barrett not so many years ago.
Thanks, Rob. Hi, Rod.
Thanks, Rob, and welcome, Jared.
See if I can fill in for the dulcet tones of Robert Higgins for a few minutes.
Mm-hmm. This match is quite evenly poised.
Oh man, this match is
Critical stage.
very much an even keel now. It's great to see that Carl's won a few frames back, and now she's right on. Point for point, ball for ball. Good pot there. It's amazing, these boys. The tournament's gone for a few days now, and the quality of their potting, and particularly their long potting, is still right up there. Like they've just banged in a few great reds from long distance. It's just mind-boggling, to be quite honest. Another good couple of pots there.
Not sure if he's on a red here or not. Looks like he's pretty well hard on.
Yeah, it looks like he's a little tight. Yeah,
Gerald's
he's
just wandered around to have a better look.
yeah, he's probably just going to nick off this, obviously, and run to balk for a bit of safety, as he should. And again, it's pretty tight, I reckon. He's probably lifting the outer edge of a red on either side there, so Kurt will see which way is best for an escape. Caught that a fraction thick, and he's kept himself up amongst the reds.
He's caught the jaw, and the white balls remain in this half of the table.
So Carl comes in with pretty much a nice little starter there.
Yeah.
And with the reds, they're pretty nicely spread out here. I mean, this could be just a one visit. You know, he's still on it okay. He's nudged out of position, but he can nearly do whatever he wants here. If he gets a nice little cannon, he can probably avoid something. But I think everything pretty much passes everything if he gets this black. No, he did it. back again and left it there, just trying to hold for a bit of finer position. So Kurt will come in with Kurt will come in. He's got
31 points behind.
a couple to choose from, probably. Yeah.
The one underneath the pink will go into the corner.
Yeah. And it's pretty safe if he runs through it from there, and he's going to be fat on that black, and this could turn out to be his one visit. He's
Absolutely. They're definitely all there.
They sure are.
Just a matter of holding your head now.
Yeah. Look at that. You could not probably place it any better than where he is there.
As we've said, this is a critical frame. 3-all, race to 5. Kurt Dunham at the table.
Yeah. Brown's quite nicely positioned here to
Yeah, I think he can just
give him a
spin
bit
up
of
the rail a little bit and
yeah,
choice
bit of
of two
leeway.
reds in the corner.
But you know, with all the travelling and all the events that these two lads have done over the years, and particularly Kurt's tenure in the UK, I mean, oh God, they're so polished. To be quite honest, that's just this to see these guys battling out here. It's we're very lucky.
Yeah, and of course Carl's just got back from China. In fact, only in the last week.
Yeah,
Playing over there for $1 million to win.
for his hayball tournament. It's amazing, isn't it? You know,
700 odd players that was playing in that particular tournament. Many say the future of Q sports.
China's the way to go, isn't it? Really, if they want to, you know, make a good living or make a bit of coin out of this.
Yeah.
I mean, the latest, you know, world champion from China, an instant superstar, just crazy.
Yeah, I guess when you've got 1 billion plus people and they teach you that an option to, there's a miss.
Well, there's a very rare miss from Kurt, and
Go to school and play like we do PE here. You just play
exactly.
snooker or pool over there
You
in
know,
China.
it used to be the thing. 10-year-olds making tons in the UK. I mean, there's probably 7 or 8-year-olds making tons in China now. They just school them and do it from a very young age.
Yep.
Mechanical human robots.
Exactly. That's what they are. Like certainly on the outside, they don't appear to have any emotion.
Yeah, exactly.
They can win a big tournament. And you're lucky to get a smile out of them. It's just crazy.
No. Another great pot. You know, just however these boys are maintaining their stamina and their composure and their accuracy this late in the day and this late in the tournament, it's just it's a credit to themselves. They are that good. They really are.
Well,
Probably open to pop out a bit, yeah.
Frame's still alive with after that shot. Be looking to get safe here somehow, I'm sure.
Yeah. We've still got a number of spectators here, which is great to see. I mean, that's the double-edged sword of live stream these days. People can watch it from the comfort of their car, their lounge room, their office, wherever they choose to do so,
Correct.
rather than be in the building itself. But we've still got a number of spectators here. They're not all on camera there, but in the outer area and outside the glass, the windows here, viewing. So they've been treated to a very, very good final. And that there, I'm not sure that he's got him covered, but he might have an edge of that red ball. Yeah, he does. He's pretty full ball on that, so he didn't quite tuck him up as he wanted to.
He's trying to get beyond the black.
And, yeah.
Could be faced with a snooker
Yeah,
himself.
he got about 11.5 foot there of distance between the white and the red, nearly the full length. But unimpeded, so he should be able to try and play a return to serve of safety here. And he's done so quite nicely. The red tucked up near the black, which makes it a bit trickier, and the yellow
Yep.
an inch and a half behind the white, an inch and a half beyond the yellow. So
It's a very good snooker.
well played safety.
He'll be looking to build on his 18-point advantage from that particular shot. Kurt's gone at it with
Jeez.
speed and just missed it.
Narrowly missed it, my God. I actually thought he'd got that.
Kale will be putting him back.
Definitely putting him back. There's a limitation of misses here. It's not you must hit it. So I think you can have it put back a couple of times. So this will be one of them. But of course, when it's the misses
He's just
limit
asked
has
for a free
been
ball
hit.
here, actually.
Yeah, it's going
I'm
to
not
definitely
sure
be
it's a big advantage even if he gets a free ball.
No, it's definitely going to be a free ball. I mean, there's no easy pot on. I mean, you probably could take a brown into the centre and try and progress that way, but
Yeah, he still doesn't offer much advantage.
no. Certainly, the best course of action is probably to put it straight back where it was.
I think so. Well, the decision's obviously been made.
Yeah,
It's a
free ball. So Carl's going to take the brown. He's going to try and knock this in, and he's got it. So lovely. So now he can actually, make a few more points on here. He had the safety of the red behind the black. So if he missed that free ball, there was no easy pot on for Kurt. So yeah, he can.
If
I'm
he
not
can
sure.
screw on this green, he can get down to this red.
Yeah, I was just going to say, I'm not sure of the angle, whether it's straight enough that he can do that, but he's probably in really good position here to be able to do that. Miss that centre pocket on the way back and, make more points.
Yeah, the angles are a bit deceiving looking at it from where we are in our position.
Yeah, we pretty much level with the black spot, but 2 table lengths away. So he's playing it with top, so he's going to try and off the balk rail and back up the other side.
This looks pretty good.
He might get the cannoneer. Yeah, he's just nudged it.
You'll be happy with that.
The pot's still on. And I mean, even if he doesn't want to, he can play a lovely little screw shot snooker there and tuck that white ball right on that black.
Yeah, and he can also play a shot to nothing by trying to pot the red and making sure the black covers it if it doesn't drop in.
But I mean, 62 to 36, so 26 points of difference, 35 on. And he's going for the pot. And he's got it. There's one. One red, last red gone, so yeah, and he's fat amongst these balk colours. Yeah, couldn't ask for better really in this situation.
So this is frame ball.
Right, so he's taken that, so yeah.
So that should be the frame
Yep.
7 to
To
Kyle
Kale,
Barrett,
yep.
who will lead this match 4-3 on a race to 5.
Yeah. Oh, lovely shot there on the yellow. Such a controlled little screw back there. Just, yeah. We're lucky to be watching this in the flesh because people would only watch this on TV normally. He's played that great too. Whether or not he's going to screw back for this blue or just try and nudge it out off the balk rail, which he's just tucked behind it. Roll this down, but he doesn't need it. I mean, that's frame now, so 4-3 to Kale. There you go. So, yeah, amazing. Anything could happen here. It could come down to the very last frame. So, yeah, very, very lucky. Very, very lucky to be watching this. Right. Well, my little tenure's up now. I'm going to pass this. Not quite. Oh, no. Another couple of minutes Rob wants, so we'll try and pad this bit of the telecast out.
I think Rob's still negotiating extra pay, so I don't know how he's going.
I tell you what, I don't know if you guys, Rod, have mentioned. And by the way, Rob and Rod doing the commentary. That's quite funny in itself. But I don't know if you guys have mentioned Salty doing the live stream at all.
Yep.
Salty's set up here on table number 1, just inside the doorway of the snooker room.
Great job.
And I tell you what, I reckon he could get a job with Channel 7. He might be emptying the dustbins, but I'm sure Channel 7 would probably give him a job. But how he's set up here with all this live stream and his cameras and his attention to detail with the scoring, yeah, he's got quite a menagerie going on here. He's got cables left, right and centre. How he doesn't electrocute himself, I'm amazed.
I just think he's got more cords than a
Oh,
1970s pair of trousers.
you're not right about it. And he's in there and he loves it. He loves it. He travels all over the state for Q Sports Tas. He does the 8-ball, the snooker.
Yeah, I believe he was in Hobart too yesterday, wasn't
No, he actually said he didn't go. No,
he? Okay.
no. We had the state Masters 8-ball
Yep.
singles title yesterday, where Wayne Stubbs, another Northwest identity, defeated Jeremy Maguire in the final of the Tasmanian Masters. So those guys at Wayne's 62. Jeremy, I'm not sure. Jeremy might be his early 50s, maybe 52, 53 perhaps. Hitting it as good as ever, you know. Those guys are, oh man, they've been around forever and they are hitting it good.
Game. Wonderful game.
But, I'm not sure if I don't think we're having much of a break here. Boys are about to come back in and play the 8th frame. Carl takes this one. That's the tournament done. If Kurt can get this one, it's 4-all, and we have a decider, which is something we haven't had here in Tasmania for a number of years, a decider in the Tasmanian snooker
They've
final.
normally been, certainly with Carl dominating for a number of years now, and prior to that we had the likes of Les Higgins.
Yeah, absolutely.
And back to Ron Atkins' day, of course, where he won 17 state titles.
Amazing. I mean,
many of those were one-sided, of course, because the quality of those players were just superior.
Absolutely. I know when I played Kale in the final, I can't remember what year it was, maybe 2018 or 2016 or something. I won the first frame, and I don't think anyone had taken a frame off him in the final for a few years, and he ended up beating me 6-1 in that final. But I was happy to take a frame off him because such is the quality of the player, and like I said, and I'll go on and on about it, the quality of these two guys is just outstanding. You know, two of the top 4 or 5 players in the country, and we're lucky to be watching it here.
Correct. Yeah, I think it was only 2 years ago I made the final here and Carl walloped me 6.
And he's
Great
played
pot.
he's played a wonderful shot there. He really has. We've got 3 reds there, out from the pack a little. Whether or not he can do much with this, it looks as much of an angle there, Rod, or not?
A little bit, not much.
He might be able to just stun
think
off this, and he's got one. Oh, he's
Oh,
missed
no.
us. Yeah,
Well,
positional play. He's just caught him out there. He did play a really good white, but he did miss the pot.
yeah, again, he may have taken his eyes off the pot. That's normally the reason you miss
Oh,
those.
yeah. Yeah.
You're anxious to see where the white's going, and sometimes you just take your eye off the prize.
But look, I'll tell you, I haven't seen anyone pot as well as what Kurt Dunham has been potting since he's been back living in Tasmania. But since he's been back in Australia from his little tenure on the pro circuit in the UK. I mean, the World Snooker Tour. I mean, my gosh, it has polished him up nicely. He's one of the best players I've seen, to be quite honest, in Australian snooker.
Yeah, but when he's on, he's as good as anyone, of course, in the country. And for his lack of table time, he's crazy.
Exactly.
He's just a natural.
Oh, hasn't he been? I said to him, how much practice you've been doing? He goes, I don't do any. He probably spends more time spiking his hair up with a bit of air gel than he does practicing snooker.
Absolutely.
But,
That's a good,
and
good reply.
and that doesn't go alone. He's got a family that's fully supportive of him, a wife that's fully supportive of him, and that makes all the difference. To be able to do something you love for next to nothing monetarily, like this tournament's worth $250 to the winner.
Yeah.
I mean, I could go
you don't
put a
turn up for
Keno
the
ticket
money.
on right now for $1 and win more than
Win
these boys are slogging it out for 3 days, so...
Correct.
It's all about the prestige of the tournament. These boys will be wanting to beat each other, so...
Absolutely.
I'm not sure
Just
which
couple of
child's
members of
screaming there, but she was pretty impressed with that shot that was played.
yeah.
No, it wasn't Kurt's little daughter McKenna, who's sitting here quietly eating a packet of chips with her mother. But and hasn't she been a great little snooker daughter this weekend too? You wouldn't even know she was here. But, anyway, I'm going to get off here because if this is the last frame, which it could or could not be, I want Robert Higgins on the microphone with Rod, because Robert, I'm not sure, and he's not on the microphone, so he's not going to be able to dispute any of these facts I'm going to spew off right now, but Robert Higgins is the man when it comes to administration of snooker and billiards in Tasmania. What this guy doesn't know isn't worth knowing, because he knows everything about this game. He's refereed at the highest levels. You've done the Goldfields when it was played here in Bendigo. Everyone in snooker and billiards in this country respects you. You're one of the best people to ever have anything to do with this. And, every player in Tasmania over the years owes you everything they've got out of this game. So I'm going to put this over to Rob, and call the rest of this tournament. Cheers, guys.
Thanks, Jared. We welcome back Rob here shortly. After all those kind words from Jared, I'm not sure how much money Rob slipped him, but I'm sure there was something involved there. In all seriousness, Rob, everything that Jared said, of course, is the truth. And you've been a stalwart of in the Tasmanian scene for I don't know how many years, and you've probably lost count yourself.
46, but I was a bit taken aback with what Jared said then and what you said. So yeah, look, I never got into it for any accolades or anything, but by gee, it's been a great vehicle for me. I've met some of the best people that I could ever imagine, and seen some of the greatest snooker ever played, and been lucky enough to referee world finals, national, Oceania, and all that sort of thing. But thanks for that. So it's not all about me, it's about these two fine cures, top talent in the country, and clearly the best two players in Tasmania at the moment. They're putting on a big spectacle. Wouldn't it be great if it went to 4-all, which I think the final absolutely and utterly deserves. Kurt obviously is the defending champion, is hungry to make it 2, and eagerly Kyle is looking to make it 9.
Yes, a very tough table here currently with the pink and the black tied up. Blue in the bulk end, like, unless we can get some of these colours in the open, like, we won't be seeing a lot of heavy scoring. Just
he's got a chance. I think he might have a crack at the black. He's just missed. It's okay.
This is where your potting game really comes to the fore, where nothing's easy. You've got to move the white ball all around the table. Another great pot.
You've been spoilt with a really good quality final here today. And who would have thought we were at this stage when Kurt dashed out to 3-0? A bit stiff. He's finished on the wrong side of the blue, but that's okay. He's still on the table.
Short on the blue. He won't be happy with that, because that would have given him an easy run back down the table. So decision now how he plays this. He's just going to pull up, I think. Yeah, there's nothing easy here. And more importantly, getting back out for a colour is the next problem.
Yeah, they look a bit tough from here, Rod, don't they?
Not sure whether he may elect to go for this and push the black over the hole, but it's a very risky shot.
Yeah, it is. He's had a second thought.
Yeah.
You're right, though. Yes.
Could be a high risk shot. Yeah.
Wow.
Well, he's moved the black along, but he's missed the pot, of course.
Yep. Half the equation. It's not easy, though.
I think Carl's got 3 options here from what I can see.
Yeah, that's what I'm looking
4.
to.
He's got a red in the centre, he's got both reds near the side rails that'll go, and I think the one above the black will cut past the black.
Yep. He's probably spoiled for options here. He's
Yeah. I think the one in the centre is possibly the easiest, but
up the
none of
tip, and
them's
he's
a
taking
gimme.
this one coming there, facing towards us. Needs a decent bounce here, otherwise it's a little bit of a waste. This is a big shot. It's potentially a frame ball here.
Just getting ahead here a little bit, Rob. With the brief presentation that will be done, we'll stay live for that.
Yeah, absolutely. Yep.
No, it's good, because sometimes we see the streams get cut off, and it's always nice to see the jubilation of the winner after one of these hard-fought finals.
One of these things I think Salty's got some gear in the room with the microphone. I'm not sure, but anyway, we'll make it happen. So.
Yep.
She got
Obviously the gravity of this shot is not lost on him. I'm on a weird angle, but you're probably better placed than me. The black looks on.
Yeah, black's
Yep.
definitely potable, yeah.
Yep. And Salty zooming in just to give us a nice close-up of that, with Carl standing in the way.
Nice camera work there from Salty.
Only a small operation, but I've got to say it's pretty well done. What Salty does with his gear and stuff like that. So
Yeah,
Q
he's
Sport's a bit spoilt in this respect.
certainly been doing it a while, and he's built up his inventory over the years, and he's got quite a good setup now.
Yeah, absolutely.
The addition of the names and the score and everything on the screen is a huge help, because if you come in any time to watch the stream, unless the commentators are telling you, you've got no idea what stage the match is at as far as who's leading and what's going on. But with the scores live on the screen as they are,
Yep.
it's pretty quick to know what's going on. So yeah, kudos to Q Sports Taz and Salty
Yeah,
for the stream today.
one of those unsung heroes. He just does the stuff in the background quietly and professionally, and as you said, you've been doing it for a number of years. So Carl's putting some real scoreboard pressure on now in this frame. So he's now got out to a small lead with still at least 2 reds available as a minimum, potentially 3. Both players have showed some remarkable poise under pressure. Hard for you to watch, Rod. Obviously, I appreciate the gravity of this game. It'd be like me when I was watching my brother Les.
Yeah.
You're obviously riding a lot of the shots internally. You're certainly not showing it to me, but I think we're appreciating that we're seeing a really great match.
Yeah, he's certainly got to remain impartial, of course. And
Yep.
And having that side camera with the fat tripod on it doesn't help my view.
Yeah, that tripod is in a weird spot for us, isn't it? Nobody at home will know what that means, but yeah.
Okay, now we're at a critical stage where the car's got to run along the rail.
This is the clutch ball.
Again, it doesn't look that difficult, but
No.
it's missable.
Yeah.
It's in.
Played well and had a little wobble, thought about it, but
Should be able to push off the top rail and get that red in the centre near the pink, I'd imagine.
so just for a review, if you've tuned in late, this is the final of the Tasmanian Snooker Championship, race to 5, the best of 9. Kurt Dunham dashed out to a 3-0 lead. Currently, Cale Barrett leads 4-3. Won't be happy with that.
No.
Potentially got up to that last red, which would have made things very, very difficult.
Tried to push around this side of the table for that last red and was way short.
Yep.
I thought he could have followed through off the top cushion and had that other red in the
He's glancing at the
left
manual scoreboard just to see what's going on there, because clearly he hasn't got a frame winning lead by any iota. Played the percentages, obviously, but he's walking away from the table. He's ruminating that last shot. He clearly dropped short when he had it at his mercy. Obviously work in front of Kurt to claw back into this. So that's a nice weighted. Very
Just
unlucky
run into
that
the green
just
there,
run into that
yeah.
green, otherwise they're looking pretty cosy.
Carl will get his hand on the table here and have an open shot at this red,
Yep.
and he'll definitely take it on.
So 40,
28 points in front.
yep, 43 on the table, so yeah.
Well, another opportunity here.
What's he do? Does he run around? Does he settle for one of the lowing colours, or you going around the angles, coming back surely?
I think you'll go around for the blue.
Yep. Again, a
Wanna
bit
hit the
unlucky
green,
with the
of course.
kiss.
There's not much on offer here. Like
No,
the negative shot is to roll up behind the brown and try and snooker, but that's a little bit risky.
not a bad shot at this stage with the foul or miss thing on offer. Do you know what I mean? Mind you, he's going for the green, so he's
He's gone all out.
he's gone all out for that. Gap closes, 20 points the difference. 35 on the table. Played it well, I'd say, even from this angle. I haven't got the long angle. Sold his camera, but looks like he can hit it.
Yeah, I don't know whether he's got a path to this, has he, Rob? He may have. Yeah, I think
I'd
he
say
does.
so. He didn't look too concerned. I always look at the body language of the players when they're
Yeah.
approaching. Good tell.
Correct.
In fact, the referee didn't have much of a look either.
Yeah, he should be able to clip the side of this. Oh, well,
Oh,
he's
wow.
gone for the pot and got it. That was a great shot.
That was a big
This
shot.
stage of the
That is
match.
that's a
That
big shot.
could well be the winning shot.
So just recapping, Kurt Dunham led 3-0 in the best of 9 frames final. Currently Carl Barrett leads 4 frames to 3. As you can see on the scoreboard, 53 to 28. Just pulled off a big pot on the red. Obviously this is a clutch ball. Potentially frame ball, potentially a frame and match winning ball. They shot, but a non-desired shot, I'd suspect.
He's snookered, Rob. Sorry, he's on the yellow.
Yeah, it's on the yellow, yeah. So 27 available, so Kurt can tie, obviously. So a pot on anything, obviously disappointed where he's landed in that position.
So Carl now in the sights of the finish line.
It's been a great match. We've been treated to a really good spectacle between Tasmania's 2 best snooker players, and obviously ranked in the top 10 in the country. Played at the Launceston Workers Club over the best of 9 frames at the race to 5. Carl Barrett, 8-time champion, currently leads 4 frames to 3. And I've got to say, it's got very, very, very quiet in here all of a sudden.
That's another great shot. Not sure if he's got the snooker. He may have, but he's putting it near the black. Kurt's going off 2 rails to try and kick this.
So that's only a foul because he now requires a snooker. I think he's snookered himself. He's got a double play there. So it's
I think we'll see the pass the shot come into play here.
quite a correct call, so it's only a foul. Reason being that he now requires a snooker. And he's got a snooker. Unluckily. He might have got one back here, you know.
Could have the centre pocket.
I'm thinking the pink might cover the. As I say, we're in a outside the room on a bit of a
I'm not sure
horrid
he
angle.
can pot it. It's close, but I'm not sure he can pot this.
I've got President Lee Morecambe here, who's about to do the presentation shortly. So we'll keep the live stream going. We're certainly not going to dock off, so don't switch off your live stream, because obviously Lee's got a bit of money to give away and a few things to say. And I'll probably hand him my headset and he can work off that, or Salty's got some sort of miracle thing happening in the room. He's scampered off somewhere.
Doesn't like your headset, Rob.
Yeah. You might have given yours.
Wonder if that'll make a difference.
It could be me.
Kurt's still fighting, but
Yep.
he's got it all to do, that's for sure.
Yeah, 31. There's 27 available. 31. So Kurt needs a snooker, and they got pretty close. He certainly made it awkward. Just wing it, I suspect.
Certainly all the pressure currently on Kurt, but Carl won't want to make any mistakes, just the same.
No, because the balls are in nice positions where you can pop in behind, you know, you got a little bit of cover. Work out okay, I think. You can see I'm looking at the screen through the window just to see if it's got a cover.
We'll have to come off the top cushion here and kick the shallow up the other end.
I'm looking at Jared Wicks in the room to give me a thumbs up to see what he's saying. As I say, it's hard for us sitting outside. We're seeing the table a long ways, whereas you guys at home are looking at it
No, I think
with the top end view. Yep, it's always.
Wow.
And that was always a danger.
Well, there's the foul.
So here's the window. The windows come back into it again. So you're never over in this game. Work still to be
27 on
done.
the table, 27 the difference. Kurt's got a big decision to make here. Well,
Wow.
he's elected to go to the...
No damage, but it was the
Yeah.
shot he had to go for. So if you
a positive approach, but didn't quite work out.
yeah, absolutely. So if you've just hopped on, back online, you can see the score line. It's changed from earlier on in the day where Kurt Dunham, the defending champion, raced out to a 3-0 lead. Carl's reeled off 4 frames. Currently leads 4-3 to race to 5, best of 9 frames for the final of the Tasmanian Snooker Championship. Kurt Dunham, the defending champion from last year, against 8-time winner Carl Barrett, who can see the winning post pretty close, but it's not over yet. And he's played it perfectly.
It's a wonderful shot. Absolutely
It's a
wonderful.
great shot at this stage of the match.
Kurt showing all his fighting qualities here in trying to stop Carl from closing this match out.
Yep. He had a great opportunity when he potted that last red and the yellow to go for back-to-back yellow and just left himself with nothing, which kind of would him in a frame winning shot. Will they come back to haunt him?
Just looking to see if he can get past that green ball on the side rail.
Yep. Salty's given us a zooming in there. Hopefully you can see that at home just to see how close that is. So he's like a great snooker. So facing foul of missed territory if he misses this.
Yeah, no, this is a difficult to hit. And I don't think a miss can be called, can it, Rob, with 27?
Oh, well, he can still win. If he can tie, he can still win. I believe that's a correct call. I know that there was a rule modification made several years ago. Hopefully Paul Cosgriff's still online to confirm. But either way, the way
I
that
know
we...
it confuses a lot of people, myself included.
Giving us a red-hot crack.
Oh,
Wow.
it's a foul, but I don't believe it's a miss. No.
It's called a foul.
So just a foul.
So we have a live frame. It's 59.36. Iron for the snooker again. I think.
Ooh, he's just grabbed the knuckle of the centre pocket, but I don't think it's hurt him too much.
No. Didn't quite go to plan.
I think Carl can see this, but can't do much with it. Yeah, it's a good reply.
It was a good reply.
Certainly not hard to hit, but
No.
the problem is getting it safe or getting distance between the white and the yellow.
Gives us a decent old crack, I think. Gives him another opportunity. Certainly not easy.
Yeah, it looks reasonably straight, I think.
Yep.
Carl will be looking to go for this, and I think he'll just play the double on the green if he can pot this.
Yep. Green effectively being his black, because he'll only be able to tie assuming he can get the yellow.
Oh, he's got him behind it.
He's
25 the difference, with 25 on, of course.
Yep.
Quite a gripping frame, this one.
You're not wrong.
Go on the safety on the brown.
You played the right shot there. Left it on the rail too to boot.
Again, not easy to get this green safe.
I'm lucky with that kiss. Don't believe it's potable in the middle. Certainly on the angle I am. And need to look at the camera, make a live, I suppose. He's going long down the table rod. Bearing in mind, Kurt can win with a lot, so you can't afford to be too extravagant.
That's in.
He's got it. $64.36, so snooker's required.
Brown's
He's
in.
potted the brown.
That's effectively the match.
what a great match it's been, Rod. Who would have thought? Who would have thought when Carl was trailing 3-0 that we'd be at this stage?
I think the handshake will come very shortly.
It's probably worth poking around a little bit. It is the final. You only get once a year an opportunity to play in it, I guess. So. So what's going to happen here? Is going to get a little bit of luck, or can't see it on my angle. I think he can hit it.
He can. I think he hit this blue full ball from what I can see on the monitor.
So just a quick rehash. We're obviously potentially in the last frame. Carl Barrett leading 4-3 in a race to 5. So Carl is an 8-time winner. Kurt is back to defend his championship. Looked good early when he was leading 3-0. But Carl dug in. Some close frames. A couple of clutch balls here and there. So it's been a absorbing, thoroughly entertaining final. Pleased I made the trip from Hobart early this morning to come through. I mean, I could have been lazy and sat at home and watched it on the screen on delay, but this is much more fun, Rod.
Yeah. Oh, it always is, yeah. But no matter what event you go to, like, it's always better being there, of course. You don't get the same atmosphere sitting in your lounge room, that's for sure.
No.
And you see more angles and everything, of course, because you're limited to what you can see by what the cameras are doing.
Yep.
If you're at the event, you can see a whole lot more, including reactions and everything else.
Mind you, so they perched us in an awkward spot today.
Yeah, certainly not ideal.
Yeah.
Oh, look at this, that's him.
He did not want that. There's no heave-ho with this.
That's nearly in too.
I suspected he
may.
may.
Up over the hole.
Yep. So 68.41, 17 the difference, 13 on the table. Not impossible, but obviously needs a snooker.
Yeah, he's actually 27 up.
Oh, is he? Yep, there you go. I should have been at home.
So just a formality now. Pink's now over the hole. Kurt might play a trick shot or something silly.
Not bad little whack from there.
He's not given up yet.
No. Somebody asked me if I needed glasses to look at the scoreboard before, and I clearly do. Okay. Plus, I can't add up.
We'll forgive you this one. But no, it's been a great match.
Yeah. No, it's been a ball working with you too, Rod.
Yeah, you too, Rob.
You're obviously a purist of the game, and you're a top player in your own right. Whereas I've been a a long-time spectator, and seen some of the best going around. And obviously, we've spoilt in Tasmania by seeing two quality players here today.
Yeah. And that's what I tell new players a lot, like they want help and a bit of coaching or whatever. I just tell them to just watch the good guys on the TV, work out what they're doing.
Yep. Oh, I love it. I've been lucky over the journey that I've had the best seat in the house, as they call it. Seen players up close and personal, and obviously, seen their attitudes and demeanour, and it's done a good job to keep that out.
Well, somehow he's staying alive in this, but you just feel like the end is near.
Is near.
Carl having a bit of a laugh.
Oh, that's nice weight again. I don't mind this actually. I love it. Like when the pink's in the hole and they're able to get it out there, like while there's some slither of hope, you've got to keep playing it out.
Yeah.
It is, potentially the last frame for Kurt.
kept another one out.
Even that, oh,
Oh,
and going close to the snooker again. I'd say
what?
that
I
was,
think he's got this snooker.
yeah, even with our horrible angle long ways, it's a snooker. I'm almost bet money on it.
And straight off the rail. Wow. Well.
Probably the worst
He may have got
possible
7
scenario
points,
for
but
Kurt.
Yeah, he's
Yeah.
knocked the black ball on the rail. That makes it awfully hard to get behind. And of course, Kurt still needs 2 snookers.
Yep. So 20 to diff, 13 on the table. Eight-time champion Carl Barrett steps to the table, thinks, bang, frame and match. No. So that's my limited knowledge and ability. I probably would have had a poke at that one. They're hard to steer towards the pocket.
Yeah. Chance to push the pink down the table and go across and try and get under the black, but it's very, very difficult.
Yep.
First and foremost, to get the pink safe. Taking his time over this one.
Certainly gone very quiet, hasn't it? And a great try.
I think he's left this one on. In fact, he's looking to unscrew his cue, so I think this could well be the last shot of the match.
Very, very, very nicky thin, but you'd think there would be no danger. Only danger is if he misses the ball altogether, which is highly unlikely.
I think at this stage, Carl will be loving looking at this. Yep.
He's got it. Where's the white gun? So there we have it, ladies and gentlemen, and people viewing online. The 8-time champion now becomes a 9-time champion, defeating defending champion. So Carl Barrett has defeated Kurt Dunham 5 frames to 3 in the final of the Tasmanian Snooker Championship. Stay online. We're doing the presentation shortly.
Congratulations to Carl. Thanks very much to Rob for his commentary work today and everything else he does for the game. And as he said, we'll be back with the presentations soon.
No one was complaining too much. Oh, there was about 100 there. Something like that.
They'll do that.
Yeah. Just go over on that, the other side while we sit. Yeah, right.
I remember it's been hard decisions to make us what we did.
Yeah, he was under the gun at the time. He had to replace balls.
Yeah, all those put it up.
Yeah, I think they've done quite high that one before, but you guys were obviously commentating, but. That'll be done pretty well. Sort of sound.
Oh, right, it was a brand new last time.
Yes, yeah, brand new last time.
All right, guys, we've only got a few of us left here, so it shouldn't take that long. Congratulations to the two finalists for an enthralling final. I thought it was going to be a really, really quick one to start with, but Kurt in the Kale in the spirit that he plays in, come back and won the next 5 frames. So congratulations, fellas. Firstly, I'd like to thank the Workmen's Club and Dave for hosting the weekend. Thank you to Barb for the afternoon tea, to Andrew Saltmarsh for the live streaming. Also to Adrian White, Barry Glover and Rex Wayne and all the volunteer referees over the weekend for their help. Big thank you to Robert Higgins who has come up from Hobart and Rod Dunham for doing the commentating on the live stream, so thank you guys. We haven't got many quarterfinalists left here, but the two that we have got here are Rod Dunham. And Jared Weeks.
Thanks. Well done, you boys that played in the final. It was good effort. Good speech.
Hey, the runner-up trophy. You can toss a coin between these two guys. They're absolutely brilliant. Arguably the two best players that we've got in Tassie. But there's always a runner-up, and this year it's Kurt Dunham. Now, while I've got Kurt here too, Kurt also got the highest grade of 113, which was worth $1 for every point.
I won't double up too much on what Lee said, just a huge thanks to everyone that makes these weekends run. Big shout out to Lee and Barb, they do a mountain of work to get these things going, so thank you for everything you do, not just for this tournament, but obviously every tournament throughout the year. It's a pleasure. Well done, Kale. We haven't had too many battles over the years, but it looks like we're going to possibly have a few going forward, so hopefully it goes back and forth each year and we can have a good match every year. So well done, definitely best player in that match today. And then just shout out to Soldy, referees, everyone that helps these weekends run.
And our runner-up from last year, Kale, had a little hurdle to get over last year, and it didn't prevail, but this year he has. So, Kale Barrett.
Yeah, thanks guys. Just pretty much what everyone else has said. Thanks to Lee and Bar. A couple of big days here.
Barry and all the referees. I know Barry was here Friday night for 2 or 3 hours doing the tables and they come up good, so thanks for that and all the referees that helped out. Salty with the live stream always does a great job. Thanks to Robert and Rod, they both did the commentating, so I think they're on their feet for 4 or 5 hours, probably harder than playing. And lastly, thanks to Kurt. I was down in that match, so and he was flying early. And yeah, like you said, I'm sure we're going to have heap more battles, and yeah, happy to get the win. So thanks guys. Cheers.
Right, that's it for this year, guys, and I hope you all have a safe trip home. Thank you. Right, Dale.
Thanks.
Sorry, good. Yeah.
Take all of your